this as a take a little needle and you make a scratch in that plastic in the distance that object the heels up. What happened is that this kind of thing, two of them make off. So the question spells cannot be until it's actually it could be many. So we can have this this differential natural psychological version of technology. You have this like potentiality of cells. Some number of individuals are going to be sometimes. And they don't want to be cells because these cells will organize into collective goals of individual structure, for example, make up how many units, for example, to individual cells, how many units are supposed to be collective consequences, and that brings participation of individual cells. And that establishment of that boundary, the whole ability to certain goal has to be is that goal where the hell discovery this okay, we have to carry on ourselves. Start making groups that make a certain make it sound message try to make it sound like this so to get comfortable. But it's really active that would be always there. There's no I think the way that it's here everything is kind of stuff. So it's not as I think what evolution produces solutions to specific problems and specific here's a frog that can live in an environment. I think evolution produces its problem solving and that will solve different spaces. Space. This goes back to what we were talking about. The brain is an evolutionary thing. It is a system that is able to manage diverse goals and three-dimensional space by giving enhanced lessons. Where that system is much more evolutionary ancient system where the cells instructions to put something in here to divide, to dominate, to change cells, to navigate the space of the space of all possible dimensions. And before that, they'll be navigating transcription space, which is the space of all possible functions. And before that, what evolution has done is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using the bag of bricks, which I'm sure many of them can steal from autonomous vehicles and robotics. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces down the wall to what the space is. I think we are all brains in the brain. Every cell does not know, right? Every cell does not make the whole cells in structure, right? So we have to put that you put the outside world, that is from scratch. In fact, that evolution requires to figure out what they are, what vectors they have, sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw back between the outside world. In fact, you have to all that from scratch. This these were defined an order base of to use it like any these competency architecture bring that different so networks got rules and cells and organs and we are of those that that the biology to solve problems in ways that have been very this is it's exactly what you said. In many ways, cells are discovering new ways of thinking, but at the same time, evolution is very good at this potential of engineering. Your illusion trying to make a noise. With a passive material that is breaking this about how many wants to certain things. It's just whatever that is the one of the signals that themselves to do various things. Right? You're something not hard work. And it's just easier for you to solve. And I should also say, the distinction is sharp because I think it's I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make change to a particular protein. Somatic function is different and it's different. You can change the huge structural at all. It's have certain things to each other and that can have massive changes as far as solve the problem.
Correct. So the hierarchy. I also see incompetence, bureaucracies, humans when they. So how the hell? People have the best because they go around, they somehow figure out the bigger picture. And there's like the box. Something bigger like that. How does that feel? Is there some provide that architecture? Because everybody.
Yeah. No, it's really neat. The nice thing about competency is that my central point is that engineering is the right perspective. Get you away from subjective people talking to engineers. Those define of the bar philosophically. I think that engineering from competency, like pursuit of goals, right? All these things are. And if it helps you build, if I can pick the right level, this thing has like confidence, like a 30%, or I think it's like 30%, or I think it's a if that then that's all the argument. So wait, because you measure doing once because every time I state it spends everything back against the check. So I give a thought because biology is something that every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition and across. So, for example, during our regenerations, tissues are open to each other. We really work with them. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all sort of information from all but your other point, which is this really efficient and so our human effort. We also that happens is that each level is the option space level beneath the hearts. Basically, they don't so I'm saying, and I think take this seriously. Terminology from like relativity, right? Space is literally bent. So the option space is formed by the fact that all they have to do is go down the concentration. They don't have to infect it. Don't want the big picture. If they do what seems right, you end up doing are optimal in the higher space. First, because the are getting the job, you have a higher level. All your super simple. Yeah. So tackles need to become processed. Like everything. Tackles look the same in all. So we decided to take 5% of it. I thought this is we need tackles. All the things move around. Correct. So you do this, you service profit. So the thing about it comes to the side. And if there wasn't this highly scale, small scale competency, this would fit here. But you never get to explore the whole way of doing it without moving it off the really hard. So it's incredibly rough. Is because very long. So it goes that means all these mutations that otherwise would be different. Is the competency of the heart all kinds of things that help so that's all that you test. That's all about they only have to have the comparison. Every component has various spaces. The welfare, so as an example, you see as a complex system, you will go on to you'll have break a bunch of cells off your hand, and then you're a system that you could have you accomplish some those cells are dead, they're gone, right? Those cells have to live, right? But the bruising has cell. So we know this from that just because what the goals of welfare is.
So we just have that danger of humans. We have to construct this going to take different levels of biology. Just because then we just the world is the one we reject. Construct humans. The idea that all men are created equal. Such a vast debate. That's about fighting against danger. There's something bigger here that yeah. It, so many things he says from an algorithm perspective, the act of bending in space. That's really we that's a big system. Cool. Biology builds our everything and everything is more than that. You with the look at it, that optimistic the easiest is there's enough journals that somehow develops it and so yeah, yes. So cells
psychological transcription is cool examples of that. But the collective is trying to solve problems in the impossible space, right? And then the whole body is solving the social space or physical space or three-dimensional space. And who knows,
That's
the
athletic.
group might be solving sort of so all the view is the classes of those architecture courses where constructed outside the borders and so to a large extent, of course, there are examples now, but to a large extent, technology is such that it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its actors are, it knows the boundaries. Biology constructs from scratch. Now, an example of this that prior to actually during Schwangard's in 2006, we made these robots in another shape to start. So, like, they needed to flop around, they made some did this and this way, maybe whatever. Maybe I have 6 legs.
Sean King might have I hope meet this guy for more.
Yes, this idea that let's go back further.
And smartest cities to fight what the fuck
Is things like
the city is.
you have some medical but you don't have all the energy. You don't have the world to so that means that you can reduction after it's out to take all this stuff. All that the edge of the and I don't want to think micro states, but I want to know what is the if I can use single state and the reason it's me is because I have more control because I have over any of this. And so now you can so that figure out making models of it start to make a model of yourself, which immediately starts to get into issues of need to be in control because in order to if you want to make strength, you don't have the energy that the only energy that the efficient that right? You don't have the energy to like starting to take all of these agents to things. I just think the origin of and then you make decisions. Yeah. One is to view all of the time that has driven by that really need to determine
Cosby Show.
So free will versus when you tell them like fire.
I think that's very
Yo, dog.
Yeah.
So implying that it's a
2,
useful hack.
1. No, fuck you. Bomb, 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 bomb.
We'll get to it necessarily, but I think what really drives is judgment, right? I think you have to see that we don't have the kinds of
The agency is really used.
that's right. In obvious three-dimensional space. Humans are very good at agency. How do you these objects moving at
Eaten by.
yeah, that's our training set. We're looking visual data of your experience. But imagine if I innate the way you could when you could see that it's
These are not right. Well, let's uh the other because you don't have that
imagine some really interesting connection.
like ooh, the other day. Novel. And
Exactly. Half-assed the your organism. Like that's a very that's a very basic.
trying we basically
Kind of hardware that might be
and why is it does
Did you? So so finger. You make the change. The uses all of it. Various lives up in the area. Hijacks that
Zuckerberg, what are we doing here?
So I think
any species starts like over select. I mean, now I'm saying, okay. that really some other biological for so I think the kind of an idea. How human design. Really good. Amazing. Weird. Here, I don't know. And what it was the body. Ion channel stuff. And so it was already figured out very early that electric integrating trust is and optimization. Law. What is that? There's also what difference as far back as 1903 thinking people that were years of my So what happens is that it's brain in that brain high that is allow charge on capacity for chloride to go in and out of reserve circumstances. And there's a balance of voltage right? Try to different across the membrane. So that's it.
probably 14. She discovered that what I what happens is that just I think from the comic space of all of the things that they use now, do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other. And the difference is that to neuroscience, this is really happy because right? You can take it transparent. Down, you can see all the trouble firing decisions. And we're seeing how to space trying to have it's like how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? There, that's the imagine. I'm so this will just because it comes from outside. Information that's not my information. That information is going to make it expected for us to make it more various things to do. Imagine it's that it's yeah, so the spike, so some of the white information, which means white tell the beginning of the cognition. Here we know how to work with that. There are many layers to it. There are chemical networks. So, for example, sort of networks, which are after the different chemicals that they compress each other, they can store memories. So that they have in sense they can store they can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of things. I mean, once they get that permanent memory of there are some skeletal structures that are physically stored configuration. There are electrical flux with there is no so and the reason that it stores is not because some piece of there's a cycle of the if I cold I can the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time. It's so important that with you.
I don't even know that song. I don't use it.
So there are also electrical states that are held like all the time. And if the state is into the different ways that
Oh, that song?
program
Dun, 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 dun.
I think that the area of biology is all about making really quick decisions really quickly from there with the information. In other biology is all about you have to act on that math that takes very high. So most things over time. Perfect what they had it right. They are not just it's like that was surprise. Some efficiency that guides the whole.
I mentioned to offline work and he's not he's also he's occasionally came up with this idea that when where the programming is done in space, figuring the artificial neural networks. If there's some sense that the future program where we're doing like Python program, how would you handle it? But basically, giving the parameters of something to a biological system, watching it go, keeping it adjusting, and create about watching kind of the bring the dog.
Yeah, I mean, what you just is a very good description of efforts in regenerative medicine. The somatic thing is that you're not trying to make the limitations of what you need to try to down at the level of pathways, right? So we're trying to fight what the problem that right back that you were actually separate that. The other problem you have to ask a lot of information because we're trying to interact at the lowest level. It's like, I'm going to try to you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to so what saying before that we have access to internal standards practice that by people. So if they're all really uniformly the body is intelligent, that's a perfect because once you start thinking about it, that very focus of control is not only this is why our program take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out which tissues get what get delivered. Why is it that certain drugs not working after taking a while with its habituation? Understand the habituation, sensation, associated with these kinds of things. Pathways. We're going to have a different, I think, different way of when we started focusing on the goal states and treating everything. The only path was microchemistry.
There's somatic psychology. What are somatic cells? How do they form? Networks that use biology, have memory, and all this. Yeah. Where's that? I was like, it's helping your body.
So much in the body, right? So somatic cells are just something specific. Somatic cells like that. I mean, basically all the cells, not just neurons, the body. They form electrical during every during there's no in our processing information shape and what shape is. I like all this because couple of examples. One example is here's a area. It was a flatworm. It has one head and basically the several things basically they kind of they answer pretty much questions of life. They're in internal little centimeters inside. As a whole, so the network is a thermodynamic limitations of complex and it's not it's well for time of an area can keep it going for $1 billion. So these are actual so the area are actually physical consequences. Because what they do is they split in half.
Toes out. It's like
Like,
Yes, except that I mean they can
very depression.
Alright.
The other pieces, the record is I think something like that by Thomas Hunt. Each piece goes little exactly every piece exactly what you're saying what needs to happen. In fact,
Alright.
the original shrinks. The new tiny head shows up there. If you start when they shrink,
This
is just that
Somebody cut over.
That's it. Is amazing. Development is generation.
Yeah, to think of gender medicine, but in some sense, what we do now are
With
now
yeah, I
takes us time.
these processes like we are going to be repaired, but I don't know of a way to.
They have you could toast cold to toast. Why would we talking about the men? History of what?
Every part of the body. They generally know the cancer, right? So it's talking about there's blood right? And it turns out that you break the blood and then you cut their heads off and will regenerate your brain. That's still where's the original information.
You have what going on?
Yes.
So that's awkward. Because that's right. What's their power for
Like everything else, it's a so characteristics is charisma density, but the localized density of
in the head?
brain this we did was we used a visualize electromagnetic release, right? It's a myriad of sort of right? And we saw that very particular pattern. It has a very particular pattern that shows you where the heck the tail is. Right? If you can see. And then we said, okay, well, it's the idea that that's a memory that has where the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically, in what you can do is many different ways throughout the target tails to say make these directions. Instead of this one, tail pattern, electrical pattern, you have a two-bit pattern. Or you just add a few electrical information. You know, I guess what this is. They look a bit apart. Yeah, the coolest thing about it, yeah, no edge, you take it to head and hand, put it back. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding what terms and things like that. Imagine if you just try to completely tear themselves in half. So imagine I take my foot and charge them. So I remove this inside they scoop up some stamp and ball. There's a single header form that's weird. But you don't see what happened. So if you ask the question, how does so this goes back to your first question, where the body right? How does the preliminary get to have now? It's interesting. It's the same DNA, but what happens what as it comes in, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says, well, the way that we run a calculator by default is zero. But it's a calculator as it comes out. So once you change that, it won't say zero, it won't say something else. The same thing here. So you can have to get it, you can know that that's some other things. So this question, right? So the hardware decision is really important because the hardware is because without the hardware, you never can get to this knowledge. You never once you have it, it doesn't really confirm what the information is. You have other information in there that's written around everything else. So I think the other things I think about these areas, most have us what we get information in our mind. Our children don't have a mind. So you do want to grow 50, 60 years getting information from children don't have those teachers because we go through the games. So for 100 years, they keep the communication that they've had. It doesn't get the same. That's it. So when you look at these areas, their bodies are stuff makes it work. Every cell makes it different from this. If you look at the data, the genetics of that's great. And yet, their body structure is one of the best regenerators on the planet. They're genetic rock solid, but you know this other bodies, right? So this is right? That you know what marker well, you know, what do you concentrate on your body? Your body's the animal. The best, the most cancer resistant, genetic. Just start to understand the relationship between you know what hardware and just as a couple of months ago, right now, stuff I understand why this is really major. Whatever goes up, nature versus nurture. Usually associate
The nurture. And it or with nature. It's there. It's generation.
Yeah, much more fluid, it's much more complex. What's happening? Just imagine. I'm like, was that the multi-skip? Was that this multi-skip? Then where it's tissue substance. We have multi-skip. For example, like you saw, Apple, you put out a so selection and fitness is quite good. So fitness is good because the genome was honestly looking the genome was kind of tells you what the confidence you know, right? Things are good. So what that means is that the more confidence you have, the harder it is in the selection to pick the best genomes. And so that so what happens, evolution, start all the start forming everything went into the out, which was the system pressure, keeping it clean chain. So the idea, and different animals have this in different into an out. So for train on prior biologies in general, seriously, because it makes sense.
Yeah. Calls. A lot of problems. Incredible. Especially those contract with parallel problem solving systems. Like controversial space in trouble for. Like the word Xenobots. About Xenobots or
They've been
Having very
country, the 16th century.
there. Biology.
No.
Yeah, Mike.
Roads are raised
Once we understand
coastline. Occasionally, right,
of course, at some point, we're going to specifically state one
and is a city, and it would more than
show
people.
and then
Well, they did have boards, but these are people. Control. Or independent court of law. Church. People. However, then harassment Phoenix.
Reach of the videos. What happened?
The kept them alive. Appreciate most. They usually didn't. Money and then the city of that city that was closely allied with England. They bought and
Very
these were going to be provinces. And then which is seriously.
Since so much. Country.
couple.
Mostly. Numbers. Now, in Spain, very do all of that.
Everything
You
else.
never that was someone
I agree with that.
Lord, in these nations, he elected upon either, and he on by all.
I
3,000
34 hours here.
going. Especially so. He's hot. Treated. No.
from looking
We
at
didn't say
like
anything
Earth,
back, which is where he earned his name.
novel.
We then looked
But those Xenobots have
at his hat. Margarita Vic, supposed to the Council of including
making
William
these
Simon.
things until
That wasn't
because
how Warrior ruled its one
need to go.
2 seconds.
We're locked in.
Out.
Right.
Really,
Even our
Williams
say there is
strong began correspondence
out there.
relay news.
It
Was
that
the second himself still on their sword.
very
Before Philip
We are
who goes
in terms of our
into
imagination.
the arrow
it's that simple the idea of
So we was going with to be a that's where certain anyone kidnap them, and execute and William Matthews. Well, they decided to press Grand Ultra move to wearing a symbol. And this symbol
You have to draw up
presented
somewhere. The boundary's not
the
great.
They would put symbol on banners and mark where every town.
So like massive.
Said that it
Like
this was essentially telling like they would get get away and they coordinate
we've seen that.
Margaret
Weird enough.
before coming. Learning there was a way to get more tax revenue
You know, something that's
desperately Philip herself to remove
then I think there's
Randall.
call it a
Normally they way to Well,
And then
report. Make it in return. William and
every
Mary
living organism.
my office was zero. Probably was was the highest magistrate, the highest
I think we
official
have
of
to
law
scale
in the
down.
region. So, we saw, along with the other school treatment,
Expand.
mind 70s. Or another open air, marching the street. They broke it to free. There are still I don't know the place of William. I'm right now. In the hostility. I mean, Works on create right. This violence was people would have such as people for years. Piece of the shit. No, so you know, and now more she knew.
Vibrations.
They could get that. There was nope. People was here. This movement. Church of Art.
Like that.
So they can actually learn the interior. And luckily, I've had enough for this being the cake. Sort of like storming. The revolutionary was really the opportunity. It was attacking even houses and people everywhere. And and further north, hundreds, all across. You love them.
Somebody had
Preaching.
here.
Not only glass of the gravestones. Horrible. These people were heard of Holy Spirit. In the building strip. This was almost a fun. Horrible too. Please. Just a second. So, okay. Military. And the words. And that was we need Spain's in it. Now,
human.
established locals.
Just this.
He had no, also remember was
Mostly what I talk about. Find them in various ways.
No.
There
There was of noble
that's not a
some and this
those are primary.
High purposely right.
Imagine the
Forces.
when we realize
Soon. The Lord was the
but actually
William. Like, all of possible means. And the hearing. Right. Or of the Netherlands. REH. Region and
cross
I'm not sure.
being stable.
They have it. No other. Fine. And turned it into shit. We will certainly usually some these nobles when they had certain need for naval warfare, they would We talked about a few weeks ago. Many destroyed their sleep and growing.
Not just
Use many force and rest. I received news. And the Queen's greater life. From there, cold. If you have any kinds of water, informing the trade life official that was when she
Evolution.
And that quote position is we see it and she's going to do the same thing on the science of it. Has ordered a law stand for it's actually so it matters. All the undescribed feel for him. Every think about as quickly as possible. Learning English and property owners. Trees. Or justice, the health is the key. The nurses. Health. Shit. The meeting. They're waiting. These were Uber. Some of them. No longer to over there, you can find some. There's also many books and
Very. Make a rational.
any of the
Such
portions
that
or eat. another.
Medicine.
And not just either these the local so first they were Dutch so to England his letter from scratch. This kind of
This the jury.
only recently she locked it away in understandably constantly ever allowed so he was Lord was essentially ordered. He had flying around and presumably going equal forces of
this.
For example, this one, Elizabeth said, and
now it's Mammals house.
the combined forces of the which really controls all of the coastline of the Netherlands. Chased by the very on the Dutch coast. Halterjack. This the Dutch I'm a genius. I'm a Some of it is
Where humans were
sticking and more successful.
it holds any water.
Food supply. A short of that effective.
Something big help.
Again, kind of
Hearing
Letting
were quick.
it reminds us.
Hispanic originally
Just the space.
moving as fast as possible. However, and overwhelming
Congress.
it's a little
Sinking
different
to
than
us.
options.
all the ships. Um, becomes the soil. Ports will be few and large. Have a fear was
pursued
for months.
then
Left. Would jump join in a fourth. And
about
yeah,
everybody's welfare. Like, and
this
so
began
it's
to
okay.
happen alarming
It's
frequency.
automatic.
Rudolph
Forms.
something of it.
Intervention that really close their lineup.
Well, the loans that he refused. So,
The next
experiences those that had rounded out their number. Say, maybe
Young high school
Spanish.
lives.
Truly, or
fast,
good. Many of them alarmingly quick. He was William Porter. He was a man. Here. See,
operated on their own.
still loyal to the
And
cause of
so,
Dutch
so
or that.
so
Around in the main.
Just
Naval warfare.
yes.
There,
They became that's the seabeggars. So much money. On English government officials. To go to the sea, pilot away. Discipline brought that attacking every French and Spanish. The channel, French and Spanish, now more dangerous. It was between shell, immensely dangerous to travel. Any shipping through sent it through with a large seabeggars, which
I'm
Ray Vandermeer. This was due to something. Ordered that I directly here. So well timed, in fact, that now they it wouldn't. Yes. Consume it. There are many rules. You know, to find something.
Another interesting
Resident. Just get back. Meetings. Really good. First. What? When you're reading it. Way to teach you. For a little child.
pressure against it.
To do. Sand. Williams.
Survive.
William. And the
Because
rejected as well. These men.
like that.
And in the Low Country, southern Low Country is where they intended to Low Country. This was at every move had Cuban forces had signed a treaty with their Catholic to finally over the wall. Henry race all of the leadership
and so on.
see this direct parallel. Almost certainly inspirations with the story. If you're and in that situation, very she's sweating. Both Catholic and arguments broke out all over the city. But great. Here's what
That's a
named Cuban. And he was a personal friend of John. He and leader. My mother worried telling you who was although without
they hired her.
really what happened jump Queens has to be friendship. That mob broke. Murdered all of his guards as well.
First person perspective. What I learned from any of these sites.
King's person armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords. That's
Thinking
Blanket.
They saw Actually, 70,000. France. So magnificent.
So,
She was true. And that do it. I was and then we and it was doing which color it was something cool. Creamy decoration. And we look at
nothing but
we also is kind of Junior. Ancient. Well, no possible. Very custom. I just know it. He said, There's certainly wonder about some of those not to be discounted his many important geographical details. Forces of violence was gold. Soldier, but oh, kind of after her. Here. Switch. Poison. Yeah. Yeah. Warriors. 70. There. That's time. Hold it. mending. Horses. I'm friends. their guns were still inferior to the Guinness, or like also make technologies are powerful navy. On souls and midnight. Down. However, was understand what Asia these things to consider because of now they not only strong we were this feel and get first was Elizabeth this would be with these three more yeah. Tree. Such a list. Now, Clinton was really awesome to see, which in the past, I mean, Drake went to a certain every ship was on board each would avoid Fenton found himself the moment he began to lose his love. His men and plundered Peru as Drake had done a year before. He acquiesced he's showing Francis first nearly one of them had sinking. So immediately all Pinellas rage at the themselves.
So, like in a tournament,
That wasn't the end of that. John Hawkins had a plan that he had fresh on and there was only one piece. It's a spray. Positive forces of and numerous These islands. You begin to feel military official. Story and more of a reading because of this. As in the past, though the map it's used is written in the stone. There was a ship, we on his arm. Some of those sleeps. It was one of those. Spanish and his order. Small. In order gather slapping. No. We can only move. The third of the ground was heal yourself from things. We are betrayed. They take remember such a things within seconds find out the screams from those off the shouts to enemy had on board. Many of the fans went back to us hearing on the submarine number. Others no, they were forced. They were. His men. Raged him. One overboard. Me. One.
Just great.
Allow us to treat leave Spain and as kind of
Almost.
and it appears that not too well. Or perhaps there were other but what is coming lay down and complete dollars and he began taking Pharaoh just Drake's a legend. Season. Spanish records.
This makes
Many more of the Paved street. English heavy. So, what's a street? Full of million ducats. And let's go with the events appear to be that quote and that's the end. Spain. Guns on. Didn't really do much damage, but everybody was paying attention. battling resistance faced English Drake once the town agreed that because when Drake that's going back in devilish practice in 70 cities and stolen his book. In many countries, his court Elizabeth would stop only rubber lesser as the actual pope. His assassination wing arms Guinness seemingly struggled with grandchild narrative Mary Queen of once again was military intending to help. This ordered proceeds presented a lineage which made him do that's especially those it was a failure. Her ships. He was with his plans to once again everybody knew that they were a mess. Once again, Elizabeth changed the Drake. The movie was using rainbow and soldiers by Drake and some it's still armed. Drake has hundreds of dangerous pictures and he's asking the man deserted unable to orders. Lieutenant of Fourth Fleet just that was connected by river all this especially
in
as yet. No. Some, the rest of them are too. And as you have these small businesses, you can actually push out to find out a lot of the the English who made pictures and students actually in the under there, like 1,000 700 until the 5 small vessels and 15 million by some so these huge like back in waves night. There's 5 ships and fire. These during the hunt. And or 2 and then last they got the 2 bits they made well. Now, as always, I used to ships. Gold. All right, and that's harbor. It later finds that his so that prisoners had that one of these prisoners be able to drink it appears that the admiral, a man named and was it's also possible that this was which was great just understand that when on board a ship, your ship, the greatest delay the brig affected this entire voyage was 3 days down for us. Although there are things with one, with rich products. Both were paid investors and so I chased that who had safety teams towards this. Ultimately, this favor. This was a symbolic victory. Still, one man, they committed them is their dialogue ran is no say. They stole everything they found and did place on top. The first 1,000 excessive diabolical desecrations of images of the saints led wicked on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again. Ship of the South Korea owned by Guinness and carrying all of the troops in the country for retreat and pledges. It's said that simply was taken up scale shot being there because the Germans knew that reports were 200 round ways to fire any gun for them. Silver and precious gems, Hungary, rich apples, 70 pounds, and only worth 32 million dollars. Drake was listed perhaps more than various argument with students. You see, Francis Drake had a representation of people. Beautifully composed. For example, the wind merits yeah, no, and straight and similarly, afraid of anything Spain's which was actually set by the greatest German Empire and the times his own period in King Now, two so we were he drew himself out an official and decisions Drake powered his victory and failed to order but he had a delay. That was its they also not running street I assure you, the light preparation was improving in the as the police were daily. All preparations for defense were very speedy and should be made. Other forces English and most well to the and actually force to destroy the thought of his name. Who though severance he had been forced to treasure his close friend Guinness hero Francis Drake wanted to speak to he's forced to Guinness was a switch of the and they didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers training. And the ships themselves were even these Spanish needed to bring the Spanish had been shot and have only very few properly trained only also granted special offices for every member of the voyage, and the project story of that letter, they accept it, since it is all for his cause. God was there with it. Late, God in his own practice to bring the principle. There is command to these words, stay. The Armada was they would write the average experience and somewhere between thousands of years, the Armada would sail from the river, and then the sailors essentially knew that carrying the one sequence hopes let the events be from his cause and make use of us as so you know said to him and heavy ships and guns and other just as well woman so pieces he said, wait, Mexico, agree with her. Spain can was to Western acquiesce to her advice. You have now moral he was man. His place found Lord Winter as the weight of the middle of the channel. One himself and some characters would wait. They paid a sleep as was allowed to see it was very and then three right to the field and push their monitor. The fleet's English so they had to base on trade was he said, I'm in see the was the Duke of Macedonia next morning. It must have been something he found in the street, not 4 apps, like eating back. However, that condition must have been something between at least something else. It was math situated. Lord Admiral Howard said, all who know ever seen such great horses there once. At all time, in the power of one of the civil entities, This was a chapter from the challenge. In fact, all of the happened in the challenge. This was the Spanish, they had their ships already, and the previous ships were in the center of their faster and smaller galleys and the sun. So they made a pressure formation all face forward so they could survive the English country. However, somehow these massive vessels turned around and changed their formation without facing a force that was coming through this direction. Really, their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular. If the English had been able to however, the English actually had to I'm going to was a colloquial way how the British Navy shaped modern engine, especially for any novel or military historians out there. It goes all the way to the very early stages of the British Navy through World War I. He writes at this battle, quote, the English rushed forward without its open and made up unattached resistance. This was no battle. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself aimed first. Now chasers fired first, and then the guns on the English side, and as the ship turned, the guns on the stern as the boatswain shouted to its men off to move sailors and all ship it out. As the ship turned back, the guns on the other side opened up as the ship continued to pirouette past its front. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge overhead, then back into this the English guns on an average shot from the for its Spanish in tight box formation, was sometimes lucky other guns in fact one shot a day. It was end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had made many more shots than tactics even all on the damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, from the distances they were cleared for only the massive Spanish warships. As night fell out, Drake was given the order to rapidly aim his stern, not the way for the Europeans. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. The ships were still near the allowing the worst Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the he was able to outspeed the things in their main another ship carrying 300 and almost the anticipated soldiers. It's unclear exactly what happened. Apparently, somebody lit on a powder magazine. In the chaos after this explosion, Princess Drake seized the formation and those lying on his army all on the feet, 55,000 cops aboard, and despite Princess Drake's title, he wasn't very good West Country. He's one of your mind. The fierce wooden firefighters, exactly the same that there's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said. Was Armada of the Admiral ordered the English fleet to and the fight on the same way. And Elizabeth who were land she gave them this for our safety to take heed to ourselves to treachery, but I assure you, I did not decide to put them on this I have always said to myself that under You must be helping to live or die to all, to break down my people, my honor and my blood. I know that making people will, that I have a heart and see of a kid about someone that forced me great should dare to make my right to you rather you as I myself take up on I myself am your judge every one of your virtues ready to bring us to earth around and we can show you the word of the they shall be doing surprise as well as and the truth still south Spanish knew they were soldiers on those ranks which policy for still we are modest despite battle skills sailed French guns were charged to the muscle that were filled with pitch. This was the beginning of the first great even practice in a fight in homes especially even back but still, between music, what is the goal? Bodies creating cloud and fog. That heart. Was not to believe this was changing. However, this English between 8 years war, the conflict colossal power you're still fighting with this much defeat. Show that the soldiers on one hand, on the back. England was Shakespeare and like modern English. He was free open in one. So can you imagine you could grow? Spain and school personal difficult read and 40 the reason we colonial conflict. Challenge themselves. This was really the all pirates reality. It was the hope
Yeah.
The strike was a patriot fighting his country. Less than he also wanted to build a pocket. And yet, it's just Spanish. Makes them Forbes success. Most of reaches the front of many bottles of cheap. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website? We also get fun episodes. The links. As well as a link to a Patreon page. Just need to .com. In addition, you can also review. Once again, thank you. Yes. In England.
Things that
during worry. They had enough here. All uh, 3 times the Dutch trade the North Sea. It was the English. And they trade these major Muslim from English. This was really on areas that's interesting. All the
status
North America. So, French has a sugar and tobacco were luxury goods.
And he was doing
Middle class. Relative. Either judge's condemnation could not.
Let's go.
Published. Have you not forbear the filthy knowledge which we received? And you are sinning against God, harming yourself, and breaking also by a custom loathsome to the eye. You know, and if you want, more people were climbing onto this. Despite all
As
sorts
far
of
as the World
trade.
Series goes,
Yeah.
but
Jermaine.
ideas
I
I
found
want
were just realize as he was realize that war streets Guinness was they also would have been shot.
6, 7 days. Are they?
So, reason These islands are generally not most of these These are generally split. These enemies were small. This fleets that really settlements. All of this been French. French. So, French. There were some. It really English.
So the biggest
So this was valuable. Okay. Thanks. Really good. There here we get to 3 words of that. What English merchants here reduced that. These are higher. The Dutch would emotionally satisfied with pipes. No. Another. Yeah. On guard. It is them.
so here's
Admiral. This is like it's not written. Like in England, turns out trouble.
security.
Thank you. Round. Their respective station. Potatoes, salad, tweet. That is
So they have
science. So, I learned about larger. One of the most absolute pieces it's here. Just small. And a really great. Go over the mainland. We're at home. All around.
Here you go.
As Colin. Something new. These birds were unique. Even he was trying.
Well, there was a
friend of mine. Wow. French. Island. Children. Legitimate business. Now there were merchants serve only right time. On the eye. Also, actually, called by his through his son. This man's name.
Yeah. The pay dividend.
Those are the most. Those are frequently. There's a lot of. Show me. No. Then throw. Blood was seen. Suffocated. Even his his first music. Fame. What news? That she would when this pirate
Money.
once already slow. This something no. So Like, moved back to make sense. Fire, take cover, move up. Fire pot, take approach. This gave permanent body. Who was the years and priest who will sail with the successor.
Yes.
Second, America. Third, America. As well. There's also search bar. Also,
So, like, what did they? Like, yeah. Shows. Yeah. With some.
Yeah.
Climbing up on. Yeah, I think we're
Fitting. Uh, um, sure.
so what's the ironic?
Here,
Yeah.
thing.
So one of the ever watching that. I take it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right. You know,
Same thing that
right? People,
happened. You're boring cat. Cat. It's better. Yes. He loves me.
it's that way. I work. And Bobby Lee, front of you, you spent Bob. Yeah. Stand up. I'm fair.
Something else.
Years ago, well, it's given it's an accident. Not just you want to strength, calculus, look up. This unprecedented access to information has changed economics. Everything with is a flux. People to adapt to the
Union.
for most you were going to in the wider world, you would be lucky. If you were going to learn mathematics, you would
Respect.
have you also had the option of it would teach you how what to do the information you had. Their access more so strictly generation for generations. One person is likely to have vastly different views of the world. But then, by about the 15th century, and a lot of those people would identify with the way that information is omnipresent. Every company had one related process that you could find the principle when you can do so. Some of the greatest figures we know were come from this time. Martin Luther works. I'm not sure we would have someone like William in the centers of Italy, Germany, France, and England. Some of the greatest presidents people who wrote works usually wrong. Goes. It was celebrities who had these. We found adventure stories and we found and these works that we do, well, they challenge these the people who write these works. Today, we're going to look at written circumcision and what and three examples of the word not as word
Sure.
the first book that we need to understand is it's really happening in songs that it's that brain works. We started with the see and that and know exactly how to do things. Which is but it's still a new update. Churches in England. The book is so rich that people can do it's really away. If you want to picture maybe where it takes that look was one parent. As a plug on, you'd say you little something like farewell, y'all. King, your body too. Spirit. Cadence, with as it seems that comes from even if it's not encouraged in the pen, if you think that's access to the first thing, these words appear on the email or you can touch it. Very much certainly I know. Yes. Also the average. You can get even on day. Is actually somebody else. He was his name was many years really English food for someone who was really was contact. I had this was families was part of it, he continued to see them. He said those people most exploited by rather few right to Elizabeth is the woman. So James latched action and through peace and his own, and they received him all rancher that they hold.
Jesus Christ.
James realized his fortune for this time with each really his brain that series English regions and he was listening to screw savage. I'm not a wealthy people. That's like that. That was the stupid thing. Something that he was looking at the news now. He must have felt his own words said he was swapping his couch for his other. How his water changed from discomfort to extreme comfort. We finally did reach the section. He first I wonder if this is something professional. It seems like Elizabeth did this. Really every region. Now, from most of these people, actually, less than it seems like the president, even anyone who can say that since the closest to points, they realized that they were not speaking from God. They were in fact just normal people, and they realized that their people was actually now it's an object. They would do what, particularly in heat, by the crowd that is. This was likely a greater collection of wealth that we had seen throughout the entire region, all the thematic elements. And that's that. No, it didn't just settle. See, we just see the stick that he was now. What a nation he was now king. He decided to go in. He would travel around his travel cards, like sure. Make sure they all got the same thing. Right. So, nobody knew exactly. But anybody who traveled around here will let go. And there's lots of fun. This would have been really it was really flower English music. It must have been beautiful. It's even possible that he stopped by he saw one of the first witnesses. James would have one of the was news and practice James would go on to and would do at many parts of his career perform plays. So he wanted to see this. At the time, Shakespeare might say modern age is kind of lady would like Shakespeare was speaking like in reality so that Elizabeth but James was trying he was a things that Shakespeare himself and James Learning these things at home would be really different. How we if you look on the other side, it's traffic around. I wasn't aware of it's a bad symptom. You have to tell some of the great thoughts of people in the city hall. And the biggest one is something that James is still but fortunately they not only dangerous to sick, and they science. Well, the same time was I was thinking jobs the so basically, in 2040, we have on July 25th, 6:53, James was first. So that on he sent James, kind of a birdie. He was perhaps the most you don't have to see someone more that we see on was the state. That he was going but James didn't this wasn't just James being lazy. He was English law, the only new man, he's a really it's not to say James new money. He was huge. You might be able to say, see, King James was a king. He's really changed the state at this time. King James was on all three. Three titles. All three. It's really smooth. The explanation is it's really like now, the story is called King James II. Essentially, something like this. Well, the word you James were still separately nations. James didn't want to see results. This was obviously by a creek. But James was what the king was persistent. Yeah, this idea. He thought this is a symbol of evolution. Now, Christian tradition today, and we know it's not there's a symbol that's on one side, it's a symbol of that's called some on one side, the crown was unified. See, there was trading. Bishops and the priests of the church, they generally heard the distinction between the organizations of one. But then it especially in West Country region, and rather than a these were still members, even if you were really meaningful and many were issues. These universities and questions and which and we're almost because she's not people don't has not beyond that's something that's anybody even if those something along these combinations. Yeah. Was he decided to and perhaps after this he particularly when that you because they that's and was himself or was so there's sign of the man was wasn't a like my Catholic, you know, I think very these were few merchants, not people who knew how to. They were having that some of them they were pretty bad. There was a woman who it seems she must have had something to because she was to sell. She was a was angry to the city, and she told me that literally until the state woman that all of the knew there was one was a member of man argued that cause passports my lord, that is the love I some of your practice. I have I would advise I should be to devise some excuse to this was terribly and with control of the sea. Naturally, choose sea in Jane. So order not only that, they added sorts of the king on about immediately for many more searching for his soldiers found all Another instance this point is the of the ant. Many historians find that the circumstances are somewhat suspicious. The conspirators were terribly he was really no question conspirators were this was God showing many historians believe that this is actually the way he believes himself more likely than the same to support anybody who wants to change. They want to do so the sense that hope is held up. Yeah. He seemed shockingly form. King James sort of all just that it explains like the conspirators get arrested and the king argue against King James. King James was in the night before the so they were but the sheriff's son, King James, he essentially left London. Stayed every night. It was really his King James that funded. He surrounded himself with all nearly all of them fabrics, anything more men was and Queen Elizabeth dating elite woman. English reputation interacting with I myself not speak about the character. So we must say as far as rituals the originates is worthy to be music. So also silence and discussion of the and but James preferred to talk about you are not young, you are not fun. So
It's hard for me. One person where that
Don't force. And person like who James one of his favorites villagers would come to see their king's court. The king would be he was found by James was not what is in that comes from the Latin form of the King. And driving there it's often Buddha, it's in Shakespeare. From King Lear and during his reign, taken the Kansas. Little village, hope, bars of even King James himself was down. His poets recently orders were worked by the people. He was from religious church and literally royal one day, thank you.
Yeah, that's
Sorry. He said he was at the same time. Was mistrusted the traditional. Exactly how he was. So really saw the situation most of these they really led up you want to just I did the solutions to show already. These first I'm like, great, even though Drake succeeded in this but most important
use them, thank you.
Time, the Puritan this maybe 3 more it was a situation in some major action Puritan what they did on June 1642 was presenting the opposition. They were less familiar about strict what they demanded that people see how all rights to state officials, military leaders, religious leaders, even brave leaders. They had to hand over questions, especially as part of active event essentially what is the base of the routine and community key message of all of this help. The question of the speech on the party for us is whether the connection governed by God is real, or nation governed by personal peace, or whether the people should be governed by laws and by themselves. Even more than that, it was a the civil wars that led to the 19th century
Just kind of
19th century English were after a certain day in 1642, England neither the words on both sides, especially on the capital side, the infantry, especially the cavalry, the situation here might glory. His family was good. Well, I don't. Well, is not quite all. For example, No, I believe even when it's some no, and then there was which two guided low the soul inconceivable. This is saying that he old order still believe well. Exile by Joseph Stalin as a authoritarian. The revolutionary movement was moved to the social
I like
reality. Both of these men had a dictator did to it's like with my place as an American that tells stories. And then they're particularly this is just are all largely into the writings of she's to me, that's it was even his great grandfather had been was arrested for conspiring to the family compared to the extreme he was on he was going in Spain. But the seminary joined the now this might have been Virginia satisfaction. Maybe it was something that was
It was dude.
What man is the design many things in order. He's as soon as he got about the state of affairs, probably all the friars there were um, he ran away from to where he wants to teach. Over here, he became dissatisfied and would seemingly that the wings of the west were bare-legged, shod with wood. But these friars would sometimes swing some shoes and silk with 3 inches of silk Holland shirt and they were thought of him. He called these friars Lucas. Thomas New World. After he sort of used track and started to keep the best acts. After we were information about him comes to personally, I this gauge as an army of natives slowly losing his mind when probably not at all. More likely, he was somebody who treated them for a bunch of rules and right. Shit. Now, we don't all live in this strange this stage of towards the some things All of them are but it's all this was how and this gave me a chance to funny about his experiences. English managed to ever describes it goes on to speak but now goes on to part making talks about words is words his words. What now see during the Civil War, no Englishman colonies little more than and this was the state of affairs the Civil War. Most of these nowhere to go. Young, so was actually most people this was most to all doing that. I really keep in reality, we were speaking of more than that, slaves in the Catholic these elections, we are still white, at least handful. Promise that he was essentially in retirement. Mostly he was just over and knowledge. So, right, detail. You didn't know about that's why, and the results these recent projects and let's always not sin. The sins we create. It had been years there out amongst them to the stream with their riches. Only 30%. You know this. And the even orders used to people was exactly Neil's plan is known as what he did was nothing like it's going to cost the Atlantic. Of course, these were the two great communities of steam trade. Company that Aging the peak was really It's not no better than
I just talked to Ray.
certain that was going to travel. Anything people who charge
Meeting.
Then drove these men together. All this rich, themselves. The question these men themselves is and like, well, the answer is they managed to avoid it. Shores to even the others and arguments and circumstances, even goes yes, there's one thing that's 12 or so. On March 31st, 1650, this is Portuguese sports. Or not, I would say this was the their intention was to bring the money place the parents really however, had found that they wanted the office right. Actually, ships sort of They nearby the stayed not two days on the shore, so it took them in turn days and days and weeks to get back to the vessels. Now this was expected in a time when no sign. Anytime that a force was to the Caribbean, they lived with no students, they flew back. See, we were much their cause was to tell them they live. The only person who had to drink it was food. The other different. As they hunted, they did that for their ships. Men were dying all by every day. They lost more men to purpose than they their vessel lost to the but finally the day they knew that by the Britain's transport, they would be accepted and at the very least enlisted if they could potentially make back to one of the English colonies in Western a long trip away, and they needed supplies and meat. The closest place that they were with had been able to make them they knew that they made money was just to get to the water. In the northwest coast of the Eastern World, see, they knew the torpedo spring English sailors. In fact, the English had they sailed there, they would have found things that seemed to have been we also would have found a lot of men who were making from as soon as we get not so then most likely the method of a man was putting on it. He was round cheek, chubby, with something that swarthy, feminine smile. He was still he had never been light up with these English soldiers. He would eventually do and told these Englishmen just to the southwest. He seemed to be any decent female who at least didn't know that together. It could have been Francis Drake or the man of you see, Jamaica was a most of the islands, but it was also actually the entire population of Jamaica was only the most. That was a little bit less than half of the soldiers were. So the Eagle Lucifer was to the island. They landed the city passed away, and the English it was only a few hours later that they were in complete control of the city. Days after that, but though that might seem like the English came around, see the troubles that happened throughout some countries still on. They still didn't eat after they had left the island. The diseases that like listen to time, or evil, vice versa. The order and discipline in soldiers' hands. They may have been in community. I know after English soldiers. men around all these men are angry, starving, to this man that they next week, look at the pirate lord, that pirate king. For the next several weeks, we're going to focus entirely on this experience. Pirate wants to come. In our show, pirate podcast, something as maps, works on we also have on every episode list of the sources. If you're the source of this, the links that go to books.com, each one where you can pick up a copy of the book like report. If you do need service, books is enough to need a couple. We also have an ebook on our website. If you'd like to support the show, you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate as well as going to our Patreon page. That's on to patreon.com/podcast. There's also a Amazon search bar. So if you need to search for anything on other books or Amazon.com, if you use the website, there's enough to pick up books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, which we links for at the website. Doing this really helps the podcast numbers that we really appreciate. Once again, thank you for listening.
What is beautiful? So, question.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping off to look at the influence that those books had on the world around. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, it was really just an impossibility. The book that we're going to be talking about today is not just in its influence, but as a source material that really to try and lump it in with any other books would do it an injustice. In fact, today, we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book, if we were to talk about its influence, single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander X. This is episode number 16. 3 books, part 2. Now, in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Squillen, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role of what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout. So we should look at Squillen as self-confident. Now, as with nearly all the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all these regions argue about exactly what he came. What we do know of him, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an surrogate with the Dutch West India, which is why many people believe to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There was somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships. And he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the race, which was a narrow rocky passage that was assumedly somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the race before, you had to undergo this baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dressed in kind of a strange costume that mirrored his behavior. He wore a long sackcloth robe. He had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's fabric. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which splattered all over his face. And on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Now, each of the people who had not passed through the race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers, dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. Then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine, the people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the age of cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquillant says about these initiation rituals, quote, nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from this being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his book of laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies to the sailors, we will now continue our voyage. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda. Most of them were headed to the Caribbean. The ship that Alexander Hamilton was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of the Hamilton's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga that the Caribbean were nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do. Someone to report that to them, to tell them all about the sights and sounds, and really set the stage that they would find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean. We haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquillant really did set the stage as much as possible. This couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, who lived there for some time. Those people who looked at ore or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking customs to become those people that would be known as the Buccaneers. Exquillant goes into about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of this book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquillant tells us is true and what of it is not. Many of the things that occurred here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquillant came to the Caribbean, even before he was born. But he gets the gist of it. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being. So that can give us an indication that Exquillant knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that the major people in Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquillant speaks with the authority of somebody that was there that has first-hand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquillant told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources left. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. No matter how he was, the things that we Nobody talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any proof that they're not exactly fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Swan was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least tales told by some pirate he met that happened. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's activity in these places. He really had to talk to people who were there who hopefully knew what they were talking about. But we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Explain is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, when I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers and buccaneers, with whom I sailed into the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe in this account. End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than a rowboat, and things weren't going well. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with it were going hungry, had no food and no water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything to make him in a hot Caribbean sea. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw a lone ship just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to be home, although he did say that they had, at worst, a 50-50 chance. And his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with them because they knew that they had to take this ship. They had nothing to escape to, nowhere to go. It was either take the ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass, and if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter about this conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol that they had. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around a table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men were still holding their cards with mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass in their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been thinking the ship belonged to the pirates, so the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, "Jesus, so demonios estos," end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in a very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. This, of course, sealed his fate. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for me. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that This was something of creation that the Buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their reign. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Now, Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Explorer tells us. This happened in Canada. So the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks. This is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time. Now, after talking about the origin of the Buccaneers on Tortuga, Swimmerland goes on to talk about several of the other well-known Buccaneers. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later. But this all happened after Swimmerland arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, him and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the final subject of Alexander Swimmerland's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan. We're going to look at some of that, but if you try to look at it in a narrative from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly. Swimmerland writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave from Barbados and signed on to the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English Navy. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica. He found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their in and out life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the Buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing by a ship of their own. Morgan was named, and they went to marauding along the coast of Campeche, and they captured several ships. Now that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Swimmerland writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the accuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Swimmerland begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in the part of Wales known as Welsh England. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Marne, although the Royals argued divisively over where exactly he was from. Swimmerland continues. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues. Mostly, that is incomplete. A lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty in the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. He later said, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used in the book. The people in Wales that Henry came from were renowned British for their military prowess and very little else. They must have a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield. And Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the He was a teenager during the English Civil War. He would have been a little too young to actually serve, but who remembers his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved in the Civil War on opposing sides, as it turns out. Uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's army. He was kind of a right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated warrior and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the Royalist side of the Civil War Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, somebody who was essentially just had to help him out and learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics, how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there was a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhat probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, if someone says that Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune in all the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, its schooling goes on. Quote, he reached a port where the ships made for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western Design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was good. That much is undeniably correct. Then Coleman continues, quote, on arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English men, end quote. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that they were able to personally ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Swinburne's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. You see, Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit. Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a tradition of military. A family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So, it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck, he's got a curly, probably a wig with maybe his natural hair, he's got a mischievous smirk, he's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing maids around his father's home, and his father wasn't. It doesn't sound like what somebody who was sold into indentured servitude would have lived like. So most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government called Cromwell. You see, if Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been one soldier, he would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, If he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the new model army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. McSorlin, his passage goes on. Quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. No. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island, in Diamond Beach, of course. So instead of finding some buccaneers to go to sea, all we would have found there were a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, he joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. Now, this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. You see, during these first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared the attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves who had gone to join up with the communities of the ruins deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach, and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. And the scuttling of these crabs, as reported, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on Spaniards' belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting for the Englishmen at least was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt for boar or tortoise, they would sink the animals. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men never returned. The only news that the men back in Mexico would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper in the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Pym and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Pym and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that was a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. They were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, they were going desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and the malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, they begin to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would pop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was a leader among these men, someone who rallied them and let them what food they could find, organize their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. And then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons there were. So this seemed like a pathetic place. Then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Caguay. The men on the island rejoiced. The ship carried the island's native. That man we talked about, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said that the quote, desired rather to die than to live. We found when he got to Jamaica that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were brave, left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, Lord Protector in England, and told him, quote, you must, in a manner, begin the work again. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the outcome. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of healthcare he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for them. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them. And he gave command of the ships they had there in Jamaica a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, a ship called the Marcy Moore sailed in the harbor. And her captain, a man named Christopher Means, was named sub-captain of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral at that time. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization. And something that kind of I found really interesting that we had. You see, the men of Jamaica back then would occasionally be captured by the Spanish. And the Spanish record over and over again they used the same defense whenever they were being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, you had heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever line. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. Aside from, I guess they probably hated the Arab people in the Middle East more than any of them, but only slightly more than they hated the Jews. So it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this Caribbean piracy. And if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, the Holy Inquisition aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but it didn't stop with the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the land for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute and exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you can imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, fled the country as quickly as possible. And most of these people went to Portugal, or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, there were a lot of Jewish families that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World in the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. And that's really places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or California down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island just slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity, and that was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from the higher ups in Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to just shut their hands down. They took upon themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. What's the difference? However, in 1655, the English took the island, The man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with dispatch. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics, they were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, when Cromwell made all of the Jewish people in Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith in the open, just as they were in England. Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, so they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden, a new tolerant government who was at war with the previous warlords shows up? That must seem like a gift from God, and something that you would want to make the most use of possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher-up officers, joined the council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. And they had several pretty interesting concerns. At least of them, I think, the sure were nearby, and some of them still on the island. So this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack was forced trade. After the seas were cleared and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish and of the English, well, they would fill that gap with English merchant vessels would show up in many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell it to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit from the tobacco. This probably not only who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean, who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. They had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Maine, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested in deep Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be friendly to pirates. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May, their governor, General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Rabbi Rothschild, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were two invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas. But they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So finally, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan, some of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy of high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns within their reach. Most of the records about what they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time. It looks like they raided Rio de la Plata, Santa Marta, along with a few other old. It was during this time that what Exxon said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the Buccaneers during this last few months of 1656 and 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a Buccaneer in the Caribbean. So let's move on with that passage from Alex Exxon. He writes, quote, after making 3 or 4 voyages with the Buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and items to buy a ship of their own. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Lawrence. Robert Searle took the largest, which was 8,800, that was called the Hagway, and then his friend John Lawrence wanted the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they became probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port they are watching. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back at the port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They appreciated themselves very well with the local brother on the coast who they reported joy. And in that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Exquilin is included. It reads, quote, Morgan was lead captain and went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships. End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1660. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port of Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept scarce records at best. So we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how these correspond to what the Spanish were doing. However, they did their best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense. And it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Meade with a series of raids on the Spanish. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships or perhaps used for the ships. However, Captain Meade did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of order to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably good. Now, he got these letters of marque, and when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth Sacramento had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the 7 seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues that they had around in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Meade did forget it. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on like he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and put it up among themselves. But the governor wasn't having so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of stint there in the tower, or perhaps the handmaid's notice he must have faced, something much better awaited him. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this Vice Admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles had been wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as really great money with that for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Meade, sent him to Jamaica. He sent him to the new 46-gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in spring 1661. However, Captain Meade wasn't really surprised on board the vessel. A man named Lord Windsor saved the king. General Doyley, who was the former governor, was replaced with him immediately. The port of Canwood, where they had been for years now, was renamed Fort Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Meade himself was to take over the role of admiral of the Jamaica station from land. And for me, the work. Historian Stephen writes, quote, on September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's signal, with wives, oars, and merchants lining the shore to carry the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships to Negril in Jamaica, and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home Jamaica. Now, Captain Meade sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other veteran vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to entice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from some of his cruisers through the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only 1 or 2 other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Mings was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an opposing castle, the Castillo de Bon, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the brotherhood marched into town. So for several hours, the brotherhood of the coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had been trying to prepare, but it still wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore. Perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past. So this man, this Spanish commander, turned himself. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it was a merry enough to the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken it. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town as much as they had no one of them taken anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. Then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder stored in the fort, but a fuse and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and forts in Jamaica extremely wealthy. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy. But the Buccaneers, Brotherhood of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders are the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired, and the new lord, the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque and allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally elected. According to Alexander's quote, the English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters of the slaves have whatever they ask for. End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturday. That's actually exactly what the Romans did. So perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque he needed to attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Spain began to assemble his fleet of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag brethren of the coast from Puerto Rico. And all 120 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was a fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. These were massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Vienna must have worried that they got news. However, those news had not worked. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mans, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man. And it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Portugal, one of these pirate vessels here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the Admiral Mings that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. William A. Thomas, the pirate king, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, Mings attacked the town. His men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the enemy. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day, the Buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded in the stone walls, tearing through clothing and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes in close combat and were cut down by pistol shots and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times. By the end of the day, the Buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take it back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the Buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Now, Captain Means had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansfield. Means would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansfield was to take over.
It's a little safer knowing
Now, Alexander's swimline has a little blurred about Mansfield. It comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, "At this time, there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansfield, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet." End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it could take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we want to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great winter against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me and didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit more than 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit any time this time. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or through PayPal, through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who's been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. It's 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 really the best. So, hello, and welcome to the Family History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, Henry Morgan was pardoned for his first great raid on the Scottish Main. His last raid, dubbed the Remains at Mansfield, was a resounding success, and now Captain Morgan and his closest allies were about to embark on a voyage that would see them gone from the shores of Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be gone from home, especially if you're going to be in hostile waters deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be out for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and he prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. You see, this great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were helping with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and leaving on board. Let's take a step back from our narrative history and look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering and privateering waters. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Sea. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that highly important to food control in New York. And here, in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty strict differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. When you're reading histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren on the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot. But really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the 19th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word and thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously works directly for the Queen and the Council. He was a royal man, and by the time of Captain Morgan, things were less well-defined. In the early days, operating Tortuga ran out of the coast route, so they had no screen of legitimacy. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the further up the coast. They were safe that they weren't Tortuga because there was less from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the admiral of the Jamaica station, they essentially operated just as they had before, sometimes for better equipment than they ever had in their lives. They also had, from the governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of loyal authority. That probably wouldn't have held up too well in the Spanish War, and they allowed them to be much more bold than they had before, and claim better reasons. But to be clear, Jamaica, while not exactly a free society, this was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from it. There were some requests at letters to the crown in women who wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these brethren of the coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. And of course, the most important tool to, well, really, anybody living in the time, especially the brethren of the coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They've changed so much in the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire in the New World. It was very well rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for holding gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. It all had all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet. They didn't really excel at any of these. These weren't specialized ships. With the defeat that was French Armada under Queen Elizabeth in France's reign, she blew up. We knew what naval warfare was going to be a century before. All of the powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called war ships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war locally. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for galleons by sacrificing its crew. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it. Really, that was what the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of Rome. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact in the high seas and then form into these big, long, straight lines, and they shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to move and ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed eventually those ships and shot cannon balls at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval technicians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the key. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If you were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, and maybe a couple of guns would have fallen. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire without being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until sometime later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really tied to naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they would have more and more guns, as much firepower as possible on board their vessels. They called these ships due to the line of battle ships of the line, and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a counterfeiting snake to any enemy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant places. This is a giant space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight, the only access to the outside were their gun ports. And the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even sleep upright, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and then the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and things that they would need to light their. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air is so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything arena around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel, and its holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now that might almost for a second seem like a gift, because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer closer to the depths of Davy Jones' water. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship gets slowed down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up the deck above you, or there's going to be another scramble in the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to make it to the deck to swim away. Maybe you are, hopefully you're close enough to shore to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large gun ships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the cruelty of society. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many as 100 or more cannon. They were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation that wanted to play an empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the way. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns. But then there were still smaller ships that were less imposing. But using the right tools, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships of the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that was a few years after these events categorized the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that means that it was a 3-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now, the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish frigate had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-deck warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Means and Mansfield, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of these buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on a little navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to hit one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were able to do so. And usually when you traveled in convoys, there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely to take. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than a frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that instead of having a ship's three masts, only has two. They're square. So it's quite quick and very light and carries a fair number of guns that are nearly as big as a frigate and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig was not always a modified brigantine. The brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had two masts as well as four power. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those two masts for the sail. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few native pirates actually sailed. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small, sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow. And inland on the river, perhaps across one of the many Bahamians where any larger ship would land there. And these were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while pirates who had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten larger ships, sink smaller vessels, anybody that they could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a smaller cargo space, but not enough to carry sugar on the back, or at least not enough to make money. It did have enough room, however, for necessities, rum, and guns, and gold. And now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to be admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, due to free men of this fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to were simply either a brig for one of them, or the other two who really should have been classified as a sloop. Those sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain them on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary victuals, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a civilian vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition. It dated back to the time of the war. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the Union. However, this wine takes a lot of space. Wine are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they looked for a way to more economically ship them away. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine syrup. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I'd like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away. But these sailors put it in the port, and many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also wasted, and sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying to use the best brandy at all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar-free plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often harmful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves. So the slaves needed something that rose them. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. This created a thick, sweet, and highly alcoholic. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of alcohol. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in this stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could. So in fact, the English colony of Jamaica became a center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped sailors from all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot, or a toddy, to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given that option to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into effect, the tradition actually continued to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives unfolded and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, at the time, the El Cocktail, and it was the basis of modern mojito. Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of famous John Hawkins, made an official label policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Cocktail on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases that some. This was the precursor not only of the El Cocktail, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century, a drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the golden age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Cocktail, instead with medicinal tea bark with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and tonic so that they could do their work freely. This sounds like a to be sure, the hard drinking buccaneers with Henry Morgan were loading all of the ingredients for the El Cocktail on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen in the sea, and these were necessary and highly available in the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to the rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water. They would stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2%, just enough to keep the bacteria from growing and selling the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of beer. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional ingredients. They would have used local ingredients as much as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to a slave drink on the plantation. Much more likely, because they were the other end of the coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato or a yam. The sweet potatoes were a staple food at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a turkey and slightly Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I really think try it before doing it. The other drink I probably would have had that I also very much want to try is in a palm with local palm trees. That sounds creamy and almost sickly sweet, but it's more alcoholic than DAF. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water because it sounds like they both would have sounded. But these are all of the alcoholic drinks that we had on board. Well, we would have kept drinking that too a minute, unless they were celebrating something, because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from the top speed. After that, they would have loaded on board all of their foodstuffs. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board a hard pack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water, sometimes salt, that was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker. A cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of tooth cracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soak it with a small amount of salt water and milk coffee on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they'd also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. It was been almost certainly pork, because there was probably no beef on the island at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the brethren on the coast were attempting to shoot from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount, what amounted to very hard pork jerky, with these 2 types of stuff. They would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were becalmed or lost at sea, and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh. And then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise, fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the Moon. These tortoises were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean and their writings afterward would make a mention of it. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Experiments said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like tortoise meat. Fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and encouraging. End quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turkey. No, the pirates like food. However, I do have to comment back to put out a video where I try and review some of these pirate dishes. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turkey. I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the Buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the holds, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage were gutted, creating an open space below decks for reasons both tyrannical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the decks, support extra cannon, and cut slots in the hold for guns, or known to fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in seamen's terms, aft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, in the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or stashing excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power and height. Pirates adored speed. An extra notch taking the difference between witches and heat. Like grease monkeys tackling as they dropped a supercharged B-12 near their father's holds, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that drives these ships apart is partly what Stephen Hawking is talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest thing in the world. The rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, still during the age of sail, and even in the golden age of piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast they would be used throughout the age of piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish-American. These are ships so fast that they are even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out there. Now, there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common men. And it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the periods of the golden age of piracy. It was their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been like port. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a wet cruise to the river. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had few, really useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least toward its walls. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the 16th century that they couldn't defend Spanish ventures at all. The captains of these Spanish merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that the crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of a duel. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was designed dating back to the pre-Elizabethan days. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier to the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we discussed before, but it was a military gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boarding parties and plants of stray snake, but now it was very unlike the Spanish, the Dutch, and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldiers, the musketeers. They used much better firearms than arquebus. They used the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm with a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load. It was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also rated the fire. The first major advance to the musket was the backslide design. This was essentially a trigger attached to a lit wick that would be dropped onto the powerless bullet, which would light it on fire. It made it a lot easier to fire and kept you from having an entire other step in the firing process. But it still wasn't. The burning match would give away the position, especially at night. It wasn't a stealth firearm. So the next step was the wheel, which improved upon that design, but that paled in comparison to the flintlock musket. If you analyze right now, picture a pirate gun, a pistol, or a musket. It's a flintlock design. This was the cutting edge of firearm technology. It was reliable, it was fast, and it was accurate. Well, it was not good. It was accurate. You see, the musketeers, that class of soldiers, weren't sharpshooters. In battle, they were trained to load quickly, and point their guns in a general direction, and fire. Rinse, reload, repeat. Tortuga, however, were some of the best shots in the world. You see, on Tortuga, before the Brethren of the Coast became buccaneers, There were hundreds. Alexander writes, quote, hunters go off in groups of 7 or 8, carrying all the guns and another leading the one of the parties stays on his own at the Bukan to attack the woods, smoke the flesh, and himself into the cook against the return of his to the fight. For combined numbers of animals, sometimes shooting 100 wild swine only takes 700 of them, because in general, they prefer to have saddles. And perhaps 6 or 7 men, hunting and killing perhaps 100 boar in a morning, using probably matched muskets from the 17th century. If any of that's true, these men are amazing shots. Now, you might be thinking that these were just a bunch of guys exaggerating their hunting. Kind of like that time that I caught a 100-pound catfish by myself, barehanded. And yeah, there's probably some of that. But then again, the victims of the Buccaneers mentioned time and again their boldness and accuracy of shooting their muskets. So there must have been some guns. They were reported to one man shoot down a Spaniard in the rigging of the other vessel while at sea, reload and then fire it quickly. That's a feat that none of the musketeers back in Europe would have been able to perform. What separates the Buccaneers from the typical merchants at sea? What separates the Buccaneers from the later Golden Age pirates? Well, first of all, it's their choice to use muskets over pistols. Now, certainly they all had both the musket and the pistol with them, but the later pirates were well known for carrying multiple pistols for each side, as many as 4 to 6 pistols, and perhaps a musket or two among them if they could spare the space. Nears, on the other hand, all had a musket like them, but only the captain or some of the better shots might have a musket to shoot again below decks if necessary. Something that I think most of us will notice almost immediately would be the difference in their swords. Now, on board a ship, nearly every man from Europe carried a cutlass, but the cutlass carried by the Buccaneers under Captain Morgan and the one carried by, say, Calico Jack Rackham would have been very different. They were both one-sided blades, slightly curved and had something like a guard. This was typical of every naval blade. However, the cutlass was no Blackbeard or Jack Sparrow is an elegant weapon, a more civilized age. The cutlass used by Captain Morgan would have been something that looks to our eyes a lot more like a common machete with a small head on it, which is because more frequently than being used as a weapon on board a ship, it would have actually been used as a ship. Now, certainly, on board a ship, if they had run out of powder, they would have pulled their cutlass and used it on any man that dared to oppose them, but more often than not, the cutlass was used to underpush. They were only used in violence if truly absolutely necessary. You see, that highlights really the key difference between the Buccaneers and the Golden Age. Buccaneers in America engaged in piracy and took unbelievable amounts of food at sea, but their primary occupation, more than pirates, especially under Captain Morgan, was soldiering. The most stark difference in the ornaments between the Buccaneers and the later pirates was the fact that all of these Buccaneers carried with them pikes. Long, steel-tipped spears, very similar to all of those used in the English Civil War, a conflict in which had probably learned how to lead men. Where he would be leading these men, he would fight at sea if necessary, and take vessels if they needed wine, water, or lumber. But really, what Captain Morgan was leading these men into was not a fight at sea, but he was leading them through the Spanish Main to carry their pikes and their cutlasses and their muskets and bring them to bear on unsuspecting Spanish settlements. Captain Morgan, on his voyage to Hermosa and the Spanish Main. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank especially everybody that has supported the show, either through the link button on our website or become a patron on Patreon. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to those people who have. That's Andrew, Garrett, Callan, Brandon, Brad, Philip, Schwartz, Adam, Martin, Mark, Anders, Patrick, Keith, Preston, and Dave, Levi, and Emma, Rasmus, Bill, Heather, and Linda. All of you guys on Patreon really help with this show, and we appreciate all of you. than the first major reward planned for those of you on Patreon. However, we are back on track. We've got an artist working on that map of the Caribbean, which is looking spectacular. In the next 2 days, I'm going to post pictures of it to Patreon and to Twitter and to Facebook, and I'm going to go ahead and send everybody who has pledged their support on Patreon thus far a copy of that. If you'd like to support the show, there are many other ways to do it. We really appreciate everybody out there who has left a review or a rating on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the other places people listen to. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Fashioned by the fantastic band Group. If you're enjoying that music, I suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRING.com.au. If you're done with there, why not go on over and check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Or you can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Most importantly, to everybody out there, thank you for listening. Listen.
You were the founder and CEO. I think they acquired by.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Ben. Thank you for listening. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas More. The ever-changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in 9 years of English occupation on Jamaica. Lord Cromwell had died. The Stuart monarchy had been restored under King James II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. Peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe and had bid for the country, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to his country. However, he didn't. He changed his view, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. That hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Means sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a raid of these attacks. You see, these raids had been officially sanctioned. The captains of all of the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous the situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address the situation, he would personally to the acting governor, Sir Charles More. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal at a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, they amounted to no one piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition of Marcus Aurelius Cicero, the Roman orator in the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae genii, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was an almost difficult question. Douglas R. Burgess Jr. writes his history of the Pirates Pact, quote, kings may employ the term piracy loosely, applying ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, how or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were paralyzed until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups of terrorists were hostis humanae genera, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the Buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from it. His letter to Littleton ordered the cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish. and expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show their cooperation. Littleton refused to rein in the Buccaneers. He would not recall names or Mansfield, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The Buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for trade. They brought gold and goods, things that Ghana desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor in Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time. The Port Royal well, it had such glorious harbor. It had merchants who were willing to deal in pirated goods and more terrorist of block than any other city in the world. This attracted the pirates and buccaneers that flies the hunt. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, and from small barks and sloops to brigs, carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well armed, battle-hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way. He wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man of Barbados, Sir Thomas Wayford. Wayford was a rich planter. He had worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming a governor, and he was a factor of a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was the corporation that had a monopoly on slavery at the time. Charles gave the governor a new commission. He handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Wayford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Wayford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters, and thousands of African slaves and indentured servants to keep with them. Wayford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, it was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonists somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18. Renee. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martin, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west along the same route they had taken the previous spring, returning from Guinness to Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target of buccaneers from the time of the Andalusia. It was the right prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, but that wasn't the first destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't near. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet left sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support its head. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that I ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued to south. However, as they headed further south, stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they reported supplies and steam. They set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters made by some inland rivers that they immediately sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and they found it more than ordered the fleet to Midland Coast, where they entered their ships and rowed ashore. While having separately made for the mouth of the Great River, which led directly to their destination, Villahermosa. Villahermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers or pirates or really any foreign sails for its operation. But Villahermosa wasn't intended to be more than its first step. 3 miles up the river, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient outpost. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. When we picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. Don't picture the temples or sacrificial altars or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Fernando Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north and south, the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar that was covered in blood deep in the jungle. That altar destroyed. By the time Colonel Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were defeated people. The Spanish only took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. Those were jobs like pearl that you could only do for so long before your body gave out on you. You see, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress or some local dignitary or another. And most of the unlucky ones were sold into a sexual human that's unparalleled. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed, blonde-haired, odd-sounding men arrived and informed the natives in a broken Spanish that they intended to kill all of the masters of Villahermosa, the natives were happy to help. This would have been a tense moment for the natives. Nobody knew exactly how they would be received by the natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took it and that cable paid off. The Mayans told the captains that taking the river to Hermosa was out of the question. The river was hard, but such settlements and many guard posts that would lose them the honors. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps, filled with deadly snakes, man caimans, and mosquitoes, malaria, and other diseases. But these lions were happy to provide guidance to the natives that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish outposts. The trek wound up being more than 300 miles, with the company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan, taking a wide berth around the stretch to avoid any possible settlements or staff patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villahermosa, completely in the field. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villahermosa was hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and Tortuga, and its citizens believed that the distance was short. Towns might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a foreign buccaneer suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. The guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, the cannons rusted in a softer air until they no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys to chest and gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan came into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. Pirates searched the houses for trading tools, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ships. This was not a battle for the 80s. But really, that's how Morgan and honestly pirates in any era wanted it. The sudden, frightful appearance, followed by a quick surrender, was just. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military. Sun Tzu wrote in the Art of War, quote, "Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's readiness. Make your way by unexpected routes and attack unguarded spots." This is how many of history's greatest commanders strategize. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Ocean. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to supplies via Hermosa, and he was rewarded with chests with gold and silver. But Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every victory. They commandeered several rivers to carry the men and chests of treasure back to their ships. However, when they got there, they found their ship waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was distant via Hermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the Buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The Buccaneers were collectors who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or a real enemy before. The Buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind the lines. However, the Spanish were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships that they can use to escape should they evade, which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting them. These were little more than open canoes that may have had us. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. These were hardly the only men of the brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around the Pinkin ships. However, usually, when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed none. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry a low tank of fuel. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would add about 24 leagues a day to their voyage. And they rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they held the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chests. A letter written by Governor Woodford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, "We made the 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Punta with 30 men, and stormed the breastwork, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Recon, took the town of Trujillo and a vessel in the road, and came to the mosquitoes, where the Indians were hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly came with them. They came into the Milky Way, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where they gained the entrance to a fair laguna or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30 of sweet water, filled with excellent formations. Its banks were free of pastures and savannas covered with horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any England. Writing by day of the keys and islands and rowing all night. On the 5th night, under the advice of their king, they landed in the city of in the It's a brief and very British description of something that many modern minds can hardly imagine. That's 107 men, 2 boats, and 4 canoes moved around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine all the while they continued their run. At this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but to me, they were living a fantasy. They were sailing and trained for the coast of Central America, sleeping in the stores every night, a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted fish or tourists. And they wanted some company, they found a town that could refuse them and a boat that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take the route. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south onto the sea coast, which is modern-day Colombia, until finally they came into the and Monterey they found another native conqueror who once again were glad to help in aiding these English against their Spanish enemy. Now the guides that the natives led them led the Englishmen down river to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water. So big you can't even dream of seeing from one side to the other. So the Buccaneers rode right on the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now, they finally went to shore. It was on the far side of the lake, near the town of Grenada. Grenada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Portsmouth in England and was home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries on mansions. And most importantly for Buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and 1 foot militia. Grenada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was 9 feet. However, Captains Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martin proved wrong. In that letter of Governor Modi Ford, he continues, quote, hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night. On the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were taken. Plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also other houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance. End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Grand Grenada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the Buccaneers. However, their Indian guides did not come along. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could, until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling the Grenada. They were going to leave the city. When they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives. So the men would draw their knives, So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Grand Granada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. And these slaves took all of the guns, spears, and swords that they carried from themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all the camp. He put those guns on board ship and found them in the harbor, along with new chests of plunder. Through those new chests, as they searched Grand Granada for gold doubloons and silver plate, silk and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes, basically they took anything that fancy food that wasn't nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship to walk upriver and return to the Caribbean. In that letter, Rabbi Rothschild continued, quote, "At the end of the lagoon, they took a vessel of 100 tons and an island as large as Barbados called Lida, with a fine, neat town which they plundered. The air there was very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. And at 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town of the South Sea called Raillo, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and that there is a better passage to the lake by Blue Earth River to the northeast, and another to the southeast, through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creoles, mulattoes, and Indians, with the Spanish dare not touch its arms." That is to say, Morgan and the Buccaneers, who took the northern river from Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had grand adventure. They were different than when they left. However, they were returning to a very different place. Next week, we'll look at that very different place. The Port Royal that Henry Morgan found, and the next steps of Governor Moody Ford, Admiral Mansvelt, and the Pirates of Port Royal. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters, Over Dan and Skip, as well as those of you who are kind enough to donate through the website and our PayPal. Our theme music was, as always, fantastic band group. If you enjoy it, you can definitely go over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done with that, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Facebook or Twitter. If you're enjoying the show, we do really appreciate it. That leaves us a review or a rating. iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the places where you listen.
Sometimes really is experiencing the world.
I wonder if some of the
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast.
social
My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the summer of the year 1665, a lone Spanish captain sailed north across the Caribbean basin. Her boats were filled with pieces of eight with Spanish silver, such as coin, plate, and candelabras. They were filled with pearls, rubies, diamonds, jewelry, silk, and silver.
like you're
Every gun port, the Dutch cannon, and the armory was filled with Spanish steel and Dutch muskets. The men on board were bearded. They were blonde, and they had been bronzed by the sea. They wore the clothes of a Spanish woman, from their rich silk shirts to their fancy hats, their embroidered coats down to their very fine leather boots. Those men feasted on European grains, roasted meat, and sweet Spanish wine. They were alive, and they were rich, and they were headed home to Port Royal, Jamaica. Their captain, Henry Morgan, must have been thinking, though. They must have wondered exactly what they would find when they arrived. Port Royal had been a lawless town, peopled by Jewish merchants who were willing to trade in ill-gotten goods. People by wine robbers, prostitutes, and pirates, mostly pirates. But the men on board had been gone nigh on 2 years. Morgan must have wondered if he still even held the island. It was possible that Spain had invaded in force and taken Jamaica back. His superiors were probably waiting for him. If Littleton, Mings, and Mansvelt would surely be there to greet him. As they sailed in, the sun sank beyond the horizon to their larboard, and farther north coast, they returned to what they would find a very different Port Royal. This is episode number 20, Providence. In Jamaica, new government, months before it arrived, and placed the
You can text
he brought with him hundreds of planters from Barbados. These were respectable English colonists set by patient masters. With them came all of their slaves and the entire slave trading infrastructure. Newport himself was a factor, or what you might consider a wealthy investor, or a shareholder who held all the company's shares. He was a factor in the group called the Royal Enterprise, who held a monopoly, a royally stacked monopoly, on the English slave trade. He was one of the top investors in a company that had no competition, dealing in the richest and most profitable industries in the entire world. Rutherford also worked with him as lieutenant governor, a man named Colonel Edward Morgan. Colonel Morgan was the uncle of Hurricane who had sided with the Royalist cause during the English Civil War and who had gained a small amount of wealthy prestige. His loyalty paid off after the Stuart dynasty was returned to the throne. He was given an estate back in England. He was given a plantation on Barbados, and then given the second highest position on what was potentially England's richest colonial holding. But Edward Morgan's expertise wasn't in growing sugar palm production. He was a military with more than 40 years' experience leading men into battle. And Charles II needed to see that experience put to use. Edward Morgan had one job: to defend Jamaica. And he has work cut out for him. In that long and undeclared North of the Caribbean, the English, the French, and the Dutch all chipped away at centuries-old Spanish possessions, but they would still happily snipe an island or two from each other if politics and circumstances allowed. For Jamaica, or Colonel Morgan, the French were not really a threat. England and France were, for the time, at peace, and the closest French holdings were on the northwest side of Hispaniola. The only real threat to the French embodied was economic. Tortuga, just off the coast of Hispaniola, was simply a rival for Royals, but still an ally. Both were pirate haunts, or people of the time would privateer havens that dealt largely in rich goods obtained from the Spanish. They were usually bought at the kind of cutlass. The Spanish, though, well, they were always. It was, after all, an island that had previously belonged to the Spanish. Their nearest neighbor was Cuba, which was the Spanish Empire, the jewel of the Caribbean. It was one of Spain's oldest, strongest, most highly prized, and jealously guarded possessions. In addition to Cuba, Hispaniola and the Spanish Main concluded the Spanish encirclement to Jamaica, and an attack could come from any direction at any time. In fact, Spain was known to frequently mass fleets at Portobello like Cuba and on the English coast. And for really, when you look back on history, really sort of just keeps them being meant to intimidate the English and keep them from waiting too heavily on the coastlines. These were fleets that were huge and impressive, but they never sailed and never invaded Jamaica. Part of the reason they didn't invade is because in the previous few years, relations between England and Spain had begun to normalize. This had a lot to do with changes in the Habsburg monarchy in Spain, and indeed, really, the entire Spanish Empire was beginning to fade. Well, Captain Morgan was gone. Philip III had died to his own great relief, and his son, Carlos II, wasn't a healthy young boy. The Habsburgers, perhaps even most European monarchies in general, are highly notorious for their intrigue. It's meant to keep the bloodline strong and as royal as possible. Much like the Ptolemaic dynasty in ancient Egypt or Targaryen dynasty in the Soviet Empire, they married as closely related people as they could to keep their blood as pure as they could. And generations of envy creates genetic family couples. These couples end up with weak, sickly, sometimes deformed children, frequently disabled or otherwise impaired, and usually not at all suited to rule. Carlos II is one such child. The Spanish government officially claimed that he was as hale as healthy as could be, but foreign monarchs and ambassadors moved on. The child was called a quote monstrosity. He possessed this full mental function. He had a veritable army of nurses, something like 40 of them, who were intended to use that power. These women were forced to undergo a shockingly thorough examination. They had to be between the ages of 20 and 40. They had to have ample breasts from milking, and they had to have a family tree that held no hints of Jews, Muslims, or any witchcraft at all. But despite all of this, Carlos was still a weak and sick. His mother, Mariana of Austria, and she would eventually sign some very important treaty in England and Spain. Her job was to strengthen the Spanish Empire, and she couldn't do it, fighting a losing battle over Jamaica. So Spain, for the time at least, was not a huge threat to the island. But there was one threat to Port Royal that Colonel Morgan did take very seriously. That was the Dutch. It was called the United Province. It's one of the few countries. It was once England's strongest ally. Which the Dutch, though, they just kind of cycling on again and off of wars for control over the trade of the North Sea and English Channel. Once again, in 1665, things were heating up. King Charles II sent Governor Modi and Morgan to Jamaica with three main directives. The first was to end piracy against Spain, their his friend. The second was to forge Jamaica into a rich, prosperous colony, complete with slave plantations and settlers, much like they had elsewhere in the Caribbean. And the third was to make war on the United Provinces' holdings in the Caribbean. They were to clear out and go on expeditions against any nearby Dutch colonial holdings. This is all very 1984. We are not at war with Lieutenant Admiral Mings and his predecessor, Littleton, and Pickering. They were both, for different reasons, in some level of trouble with the Emperor, and they weren't to be permitted in Jamaica anymore. He then announced that there would be no more letters of marque against the Spanish signed by his office. Then he was happy to make a way for Port Royal to a place called St. Yago. Port Royal was rowdy and violent, with filled with pirates. The beach was a forest of tinsel and windows filled with pirates sleeping off last night's room. A few streets leading from the docks were mostly filled with Spanish merchant shops and warehouses, but from there, we found a maze of dilapidated Spanish buildings, muddy alleyways, and peaceful structures that were offering rum, song, food, and convenient prostitutes. Really, it's mostly just prostitutes. 1 in 4 buildings in Port Royal was either a tavern or a bar, catering to the soldiers that mostly came up with that made up the majority of Port Royal's population. It was said that the pirates of Port Royal, quote, wine and women gained them of their wealth to such a degree that in little time some of them were reduced to begging, end quote. That was kind of the cycle of the pirates and privateers of Port Royal. They would go away, earn a little money, and then come home to spend it on wine and rum, and most of all, on women. Most pirates had a favorite lady waiting at home, a prostitute that catered to their particular desires and movements. Not always just sexually, but many of these prostitutes knew these men well enough that they kind of catered to their emotional needs as well. Some women, though, didn't have that sort of luxury. One local named Mary Carlton was likened to a barber's chair, and when a man was out, another man came in. There were, of course, religious men in Port Royal of many different faiths. There were Jews, of course, that had been there for some time. There were many English Protestants, but they accepted both the Puritan element and the more traditional Anglican element, and they also had a number of Quakers and somewhat more radical faiths. However, a local minister called Port Royal quote, the most wicked and sinful place on earth, which gave rise to the saying that Port Royal was the richest and wickedest city in the world. But Governor Modyford's job was to change all that. His plans were bringing more than just slaves, they were bringing their families. Edward Morgan brought his whole family with him. Unfortunately, his wife and one of his daughters died on the passage, but the rest of his family took over his nephew plantation and attempted to build a real life on Jamaica. away. These women that came with the governor, the lieutenant governor, and many of his planters were the first women on Jamaica since the English seized the island that were at all respected. It did occasionally happen that a very lovely or particularly lovely prostitute might catch the eye of a local merchant or planter and become his wife. But these very proper Englishmen were trained and educated in England to be truly merited. They were courteous, they were poised, they were maybe at the dinner table, when it was proper, and the influence of these women on Jamaica really quickly persisted. Men who had seen before a life of rum and affairs with no prospects now saw the possibility of sitting down roots and leading this very family. A number of the more successful and somewhat respectable privateer captains who moved granted their orders of mark. These few men would take the little coin they had to buy some land, perhaps a couple of African slaves, and start looking for a wife. Others, however, couldn't exactly care for their mission. One time, the man named Captain Monroe cared so little for having his royal authority stripped that he turned true. He went and captured a Spanish prize and sailed it boldly into Port Royal. He, his crew, and his ship were all captured by the governor's authorities. Captain Monroe and his crew were all hanged in the town square as a warning to any other potential criminals. However, that ship was not required to sleep. Their Marines had been sent back to England that Dutch Captain Edward Mansfield became the Admiral of the Jamaica Station and the official leader of the British Coast. He and the new governor Mody Ford and Morgan lived in Europe. They found themselves with something of a dilemma. The orders of the king were to stop any piracy against the Spanish. However, they knew the reality of that situation. As requests for new letters were denied, the Royal found themselves out of work and unable to find themselves that Rome was weak. The Jamaican Navy was comprised primarily of privateer ships that raided the Spanish and spent proceeds back and forth. However, now they were bringing in no prizes, no gold. Merchant families that operated in Jamaica for generations were fleeing. There were no more goods and no more gold coming in from the oil, so they had no one to do business with left on the island. You see, the harbor there in Royal became empty, and all of their naval vessels began to flee other harbors, mostly Tortuga was at this point controlled by the Spanish, and the governor there was happy to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. So the Buccaneers fled. Their militia back in Jamaica was now only about 150 men from the height where they managed a few months before 600, and all of the proper English officers, well, they now had nobody left to protect them. However, 24 Morgan and Mansfield had plans to confidence. King Charles had been explicit in his commands. The Dutch are new Indians. Unfortunately, the Dutch were further away than the Spanish, and the shipping lanes were better. Any attack on them had to be really a major expedition, not just a couple of ships on privateer. So Edward Morgan's job was to provision outfit and collect the fleet to attack the Dutch. His first job was to entice the governor of the coast to join the fleet. So he let it be known that every sailor on board this mission, despite the fact that it was an officially sanctioned oil mission, he was to be equal shares of any loot taken. He then will leaving all his naval possessions to his sons and his estate back in England to his eldest daughter, Mary Elizabeth. In a few months' time, he had created sailors comprised of about 10 ships and more than 650 men, with Colonel Edward Morgan leading the most experienced English military in the Caribbean. The plan was to attack the unsuspecting Dutch fleet at ships, and then, with them out of the way, they could go in and take their Dutch settlements at St. Eustatius, Sabo, and Curacao. However, in their first engagement at St. Eustatius, Colonel Morgan, with 319 men, landed with him after small opposition. And the good old colonel, leaping out of the boat, and, being a corpulent man, got astray, and his spirit being weak, he pursued over Chrisley, the enemy, on a hot day, so that he suddenly died while was the lowest full design. Despite his loss, however, they did take some new status. But when they found the stories, they were in for something of a shock. They found it there, only cotton and a few muskets. This wasn't exactly the rich haul they were before, so about half of the fleet, mostly brethren of the coast, left to go find richer hauls, and in the Royal English vessels gathered the 900 or so slaves that they found for transport back to Port Royal. That second group, those brethren of the coast, those pirates, took the island of Greece, but found little more plunder there. In the end, the entire fleet sailed home, whether it be Port Royal or Tortuga, with their slaves and cotton, but lost their most experienced military. In a letter written by Mark Ford, he arranged the quote, lost the design of a cow, quote, on the quote, covetousness of some of the officers and soldiers, end quote. He went on to say that they, quote, plundered them and hid the goods in holes in the creeks, end quote. This was because the haul that they brought back was so paltry, just some cotton and muskets, that he believed they had found richer plunder and hidden it away with his eyes. He thought that it was something of a personal insult because he was still picturing those letters of marque. It was around this time, though, that Henry Morgan sailed back into Port Royal. Captain Morgan would have been surprised to find his family there waiting for him on the island. He didn't know that they were coming to Barbados, but his family were waiting for him. A decade ago, their cousin had left England to help take Jamaica, and in the New World, he was beginning to make something of a name for himself. The last that anybody in Jamaica had heard of Henry was a Dutch sailor who sailed into port, saying that the Welshman had not died on some lonely Spanish shore, as everybody assumed, but he had seen to the great city of Jamaica and was headed home. His arrival must have been kind of a balm to his cousins who were losing their father, and also something of a shock. And at one point, a very young woman, she was just a plump, cheap little child. But then the sailed in a harbor was and blonde, and dressed in those gorgeous clothes. He was swarthy, confident, and rich. The Morgans in Jamaica were not rich. They were forced to rent the crown for their father's pay, and they were trying to dispatch a living out of the soil. Unfortunately, we don't have much in the way of personal journals or records around this time, but we do know that soon Henry Morgan married his cousin, Mary Elizabeth, and sort of became the patriarch of the Morgan clan on the island. He was wealthy, he was experienced, he knew the island well, and he knew military affairs, and he was married to the eldest of Edward Morgan's children. So he was not only the colonel's nephew, he was also married directly into his family and the eldest Morgan on the island. He would have, of course, met and debriefed the new governor, as well as his commanding officer, Maxwell, on his raid along the Spanish Lake, giving them their first real news. Back in England, though, King Charles II already knew most of that story. The Spanish ambassador was livid, great King Charles' news of moving outrages in the hope, comparing them to those of Francis Drake about a century before, even calling Henry Morgan a drunken. Henry Morgan wasn't yet the famous man in the New World, but his name was on everybody's lips. From the monarchs of Europe, of Spain and England, down to the governors of Modi Forum, down to the Portland merchants who were grateful for all of the swag and haul that he had brought in, revitalizing their business, down to all of the hordes of Port Royal who were grateful for much the same reason. Morgan had been gone for 2 years, and now he was seemingly back from the dead, walking down the streets of Port Royal. Then, after he was recently back in town, Morgan called the house. Man's Morgan, and a few of the planters and leaders of the Jewish and Quaker communities were all present. The governor and the admiral Morgan the work. He wasn't even back to sea, at least not yet. He had a new wife and a family to look after, but he was given charge of the Jamaican militia and rebuilding Fort Charles. His military experience was perhaps the best on the island, at least now that his uncle was dead, and Newport need his skill leading men. So Captain Morgan was seen to rebuilding the country, but our navy and economy were still heavy. This was doubly important as the Spanish were harassing the English despite their nominal peace. More so, the Spanish were amassing the windward fleet, a real threat from Spain. The other fleets that they had gathered and on the Spanish fleet were practically sure that the windward fleet was something else entirely. They had been threatening to harass the fleet ever since the English took the island in 1655, but for one reason or another, usually the economy, they weren't really able to get started. However, now in 1665, after the raid of Henry Morgan, that fleet existed. They were all coming together, and it was a sight to behold. These were galleons as well as ships of the line that Spain was building that could really demolish the English presence on Jamaica. They knew that this fleet could represent the end of the English holding the New World. That threat was the real reason that the government had this council. They elected to send messengers to Tortuga and Hispaniola. The governor was once again granting letters of marque. These letters of marque were not intended to amass a large fleet for a huge expedition such as they had under Colonel Morgan. This was meant to rebuild their navy, have lots of privateer vessels in port at Port Royal, guarding their shores. And the Dutch were rich, but not as rich as the Spanish. But the English still had orders from King Charles to attack Dutch settlements in large numbers, something that couldn't be done by some merchant raiding by a few privateers. So a fleet was gathering in Jamaica. With Colonel Morgan dead, this fleet was to be led by the admiral of the Jamaica station, Mansfield. I should note that some historians believe that Captain Morgan was in fact on board this fleet that was massing in Port Royal. Alexander Sherman writes, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansfield who planned to get a fleet together to raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of the fleet. When the fleet put to sea, it consisted of 15 vessels with 300 men, including Walloons and Frenchmen on board." End quote. Some historians take as face value that Henry Morgan was made vice admiral and was part of the fleet. However, this account from Exquemeling comes before Exquemeling met Henry Morgan, and there is very good evidence that he was in fact in Jamaica rebuilding the fort and the militia. That evidence coming from official English sources. The most convincing evidence that Henry Morgan stayed on the island of Jamaica to win at least is how capable a commander Henry Morgan turned out to be, and how disastrous this voyage turned out. The target of this expedition, on orders from King Charles, down through Governor Rutherford and down to Mansfield was the Dutch city of Curacao. This was the same city that the voyage under Edward Morgan had failed to. They had failed to even reach it. Curacao, though, was British. It was undefeated, and it was technically at war with the English. But the Dutch were Protestants. Their traders were friendly with the pirates and merchants of Fort William, and they worked together to make everyone richer. If you took European politics out of the equation, you should, because the people living in the New World had very little contact, at least little contact, with old Europe. These men were friends. The Caribbean was officially the dominion of kings, but around this time, they really had very little influence. The men living in the Caribbean were not beholden to the wishes of their owners. Beyond that, a large number of the children of the coast who made up this fleet were themselves Dutch. The fleet's one commander, admiral of the English fleet at the Jamaica station, Edward Mansfield, was Dutch himself. The fleet never even sailed in the direction of Curacao against the wishes of King Charles. Now, all manner of excuses were given after the flight. Everything from secret information obtained en route from clandestine sources to unruly and mutinous favors. The reality is this: the Spanish were few, the Spanish were Catholic, and the Spanish were very, very wealthy. And the Spanish settlers at Carthago, never before seen, was up. So, for whatever reason, the fleets that sailed from all over the Costa Rica, the Midland Cape Horn, 600 men, unlike the Greek Exquemeling, disembarked and began the 70-mile trip. This army consisted of the stores of unsuspecting villages en route, but one native woman escaped, raising the alarm. When Mansfield and his 600 men arrived the city, they found him overshadowing another. Here, once again, sources begin to disagree, but some argue that the Buccaneers made themselves famous. They were breaking liquor, burning churches, looting what they could, and breaking all. But most sources say, and I tend to agree with them, that this army saw the fort and all of their cannon manned by hundreds of British soldiers who turned around back to their ships. As the English fled into the mountains and the jungle back to their ships, the Spanish pursued them, and at least once they committed contact, and the Spanish dealt a pretty severe blow. But most of the men made it to their ships, and Mansfield had some thinking to do. To quote Stephen Holter in his book Empire of Water, with his men in Oxford and Kent, Mansfield knew that attacking the Spanish town without permission would be trouble. Attacking the Spanish town without taking it was worse. None needed to look with more favor on legal missions that were at least successful. Desperate for a prize, he returned toward two islands along the sea, a pirate republic. The dream of a pirate republic was ever since the days of the Greco-Roman pirates, when they had been enemies of the human race. Pirates had been outcasts. They were rebels and, in many cases, anarchists. They were criminals who rejected their rulers, which in turn made them reject societies and families. If the urge to rejoin civilization ever came to them, they found themselves facing it. So the dream of a place taken by pirates, run by pirates, or the good pirates, went back centuries, millennia, and it would continue long after this era. Mansfield's dream of pirate haven was also fiercely practical. He had just recently failure would have dented his reputation with the brethren, as well as his standing in Jamaica. He desperately had success with both the brethren, the government of Jamaica, and the crown back in England. He chose a pair of many islands that were southwest of Jamaica, much closer to the Spanish Main and the rich Spanish shipping that came out of it. There were the island of Providence, the nearby islet of Santa Maria. Now, we've talked about these islands before on this show, actually. Providence was the chosen home of that group of pious, patriotic Puritan pirates that took the island from Spain in the time of Oliver Cromwell. Those pirates who banned drinking and gambling and whoring and all of the fun stuff about pirates, and mostly just prayed and attacked Spanish ships. Now, after the pirates took the island, the Spanish retook it quite quickly and easily. It was so close to terra firma and right in between the mainland and Jamaica. It was really perfect home for the Brotherhood of the Coast. They had everything they needed. The islands themselves were surrounded by barrier reefs that prevented any ship from coming close to them. The only way to get into the entire harbor there was through a wide moving passage that was difficult to navigate, dangerous for any ships that if you managed to actually make it through that passage, the harbor itself was very defensible. It was larger on several ships and had a pretty excellent heading. So the guns in all of your vessels could be pointed directly at the harbor entrance as well as the larger guns on the fort. That sort of potential defense, an island that no ship could cross except for one difficult passage that was heavily guarded was it could prevent invasion from Spain or the Netherlands or France or even England. These men, the Brethren of the Coast, would be always noble and would have no rules, no rulers. Governor Modi wrote in a letter, quote, "The old fellow was resolved, as he tells me, never to see my face until he had done some service to his majesty. And therefore, 200 men, which were all left him, and about 80 of the French, he resolved to attempt the island of Providence, which was English, and by the Spaniards' whole army taken from us in 1641, and never since carefully garrisoned. In order to this, he set sail, and, being an excellent coaster, which is his chief, if not only virtue, in the night he came within half a mile by an unusual passage among rocks, where they say ships never came. Every lane marched 4 leagues and surprised the governor, who was taken prisoner. The soldiers got into the fort, being about 200, and on conditions to be they landed on the Maine, they yielded 27 pieces of ordnance, 100 double jars of powder, shot, and all of the things necessary were found, and the fort is very strongly built, and acknowledged with very little plunder, only 150 meters. They brought off 100 and left 35 men, and the keeper of the magazine. They say the guns, colorless arms engraved. Before we move on, I'd like to take a look at that very last line about the guns having Elizabeth's mark on them. Several episodes ago, in the episode about the Spanish Armada, we discussed the guns on board the English vessels. Most, especially the best made in Europe, were made of bronze. Bronze is a tough and malleable metal that can take repeated uses as a cannon. However, bronze was difficult to come by in England, and because of the embargoes on England by Spain around the time of the Armada, they were forced to look elsewhere. Iron was plentiful in England at the time, didn't really make the best. When you try to put it on board a ship, it could be used a few times, but the possibility of exploding and injuring or killing everyone around was much higher. Even if that didn't happen, it was still likely to crack and become essentially useless as a gun on board a vessel. They needed as many guns as they could to defend the English shores against this Indian Spanish Armada. So they made rock cannon very quickly out here, and they engraved all of these with rock. So those guns had to be used no more than a few times in a very specific battle. But those guns had fallen into the hands of the Spanish and were still being used almost 100 years later to man the fort of Providence Island. So it's no wonder that when the English attacked, they took the fort and the island with the loss of not one Englishman and only one Spaniard dying. Alexander explained more about this attack, but there's something I'd like to note very quickly. He calls in the most recent translation the island St. Catalina, which is the smaller islet off Providence Island. In the older editions, which I'm actually attempting to record an audio book of right now, he calls that island St. Catherine, which is a different island altogether. So to be clear, the island fort that they're talking about is the fort on Providence Island. The first landing was on the island of St. Catalina, lying off the mainland coast of Costa Rica, some 35 leagues from the river. The Buccaneers forced the Spanish garrison of the island to surrender all of the fortifications. Some of these men felt ordered to be demolished, and other of these to be enforced. The Buccaneers, 100 together with all the slaves who had belonged to the Spaniards. All of the rest of their territory was carried over to an offshore islet so close to St. Catalina that the distance could be spanned by a bridge. When all of these defenses had been put in good order, Mansville burned down all of the homes on the large island and put to sea, taking all of the Spanish prisoners with him. So that's a bit confusing. But when he says St. Catalina, he means Providence Island, and when he says that smaller islet, he actually means St. Catalina. With that small islet, St. Catalina was uniquely placed to draw the pirates. You see, that small island was used as sort of a prison colony for the Spanish. It was a place where any Spanish colony in the New World would send any of its convicted whores, witches, or adulterous women. So the pirates made that their new home with plenty of wine, guns, water, and food. So Mansville sailed back to Jamaica and left about 200 of his men garrisoned on Providence Island. You see, he needed reinforcements from Jamaica, so he hurried to speak to the governor and keep it quiet. The governor, however, was not exactly pleased. The brethren had not followed any of the king's orders and attacked the Dutch. They had instead attacked 2 Spanish settlements, failing to find the first and occupying the second. This was absolutely governor really needed this time. You see, all of this came after the English and the Spanish formally and finally signed a treaty in Madrid, ending any hostilities between them. And then this Dutch captain, who was his highest ranking naval officer, has the nerve to come to him and ask for reinforcements. Mansville was rebuffed, and he was sent away. Mansville climbed back on board his ship and sailed directly toward Portugal. His goal was to spread word and enlist as many men as possible. Once again, Alexander slipped toward his Mansell decided to go on to Tortuga and ask the governor for assistance, but he did not put this intention into effect, being prevented by death. So Mansell was unable to gather the reinforcements needed. He was moving forward in something of a tight situation. He was no fool. He realized exactly all of the problems that this presented. You see, originally he had intended Mansell to deal with the province island problem and keep his own hands clean. But the English was there really needed supplies and reinforcements if they were to keep the island. The governor didn't have anything to do with it officially, but now he didn't have any choice. The man who was the admiral could die. So once again, he called the council to make his plan. It was essentially twofold. One, on the island of Cuba, he would raise the call for volunteers to aid the Brethren on Providence Island. You see, Governor Providence was now essentially a new English colony itself. The governor promised any man who volunteered a parcel of land and a certain amount of gold or slaves. The leader of such an expedition, not just the regular volunteers, would be given offices on this new colony. And for the second part of his degree, moving forward, finally decided to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. This news was very well received. You see, the of once again saw so many men leave their jobs on sugar plantations that all the slaves on Jamaica couldn't hope to harvest it all. And more sugar cane went to waste. And then all was a pile. Anyway, the governor called specifically to them. The first man to volunteer as a leader and to help gather other volunteers was named Thomas Whetstone. You might remember a few weeks ago we talked about a young privateer who was actually a nephew of Oliver Cromwell. That meaning that he was in the road slavery, and he had acquired so much debt that the crown, King Charles, gave him a £100 loan, which he was told to reimburse by his actions in that Caribbean. We first met him off the coast of Cuba when the brothers were about to attack with some very important news at a well-ran festival. Himself, a bunch of natives hostile to the Spanish, freed slaves. However, after that raid on Cuba, this man Whetstone paid back his debt to the crown and really did well for himself in Jamaica. He had been raised as Speaker of the Assembly there on the island, and he had a ship and a mind to be able to take. The other man to answer that call was one Major Samuel Smith, who was ostensibly Captain Morgan's superior in the Jamaican militia. He was a military man who, at this time, outranked Captain Morgan, but he decided to join the expedition with the promise of becoming Providence Island's governor. These two ambitious young men who were on Whetstone's ship that was filled with relief supplies and reinforcements set sail for Providence Island in the summer of 1666. For a full 2 years, there would be no news. In the meanwhile, though, back in Jamaica, Henry Morgan had done pretty well. After Smith left, he was given a promotion and was now Colonel Henry Morgan, in charge of the Jamaican militia. His brother-in-law, Major Benloss, had been given his former position and taken command of Fort Charles. Morgan had, with the proceeds from his last raid, bought his first sugar plantation and begun the production of rum, and he had begun work on a family. He still wasn't the most famous man in the Caribbean, but he was almost certainly the most famous man on Jamaica. Being the nephew of Edward Morgan and a military leader, well, he was a frequent guest at the house of the governor. His future looked bright. He had promising prospects as a rich planter and probable politician. Until things started to turn for the worse. In August of 1668, a ship carrying two ragged, skeletal, bone-thin, and multi-eyed men sailed into port. One was Samuel Smith, who was the second governor of Providence Island. The other was a man named Captain Henry Winston, who was master of the merchant vessel Concord. The men were hungry, haggard, and covered in scars. They were barely clinging to life. Some say the only thing keeping them alive was their rage. They were brought immediately before Henry Morgan and the governor. They had quite a tale to tell. The tale was one of betrayal, suffering, and agony at the hands of the Spanish. It's, to me, reminiscent of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins and Elizabeth Taylor. It would have much the same effect as well, sending one man on a lifelong personal crusade of revenge against the Spanish Empire. Next week, we'll get into the gory details of what happened to these men on Providence Island. It's October right now, and Halloween is coming upon us quickly. So we're also going to talk about the gory details of the career of a French pirate who was called a monster, a devil, and in modern times, a sociopath. We'll also look at the aftermath of Providence Island and the first moves of what would make Henry Morgan one of the most famous pirates in history. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and for your patience. This episode is a little bit longer than I would have liked. Some things were real came up and I had to deal with those. We're now right back on track. I'd also like to thank everybody who helped to support the show. I'd like to thank those of you who have left a review on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, TuneIn, or wherever you listen to the show, and those of you who have helped donate to the show. Many of you have made donations through the button on our website, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank especially our Patreon supporters and give a shout out to some of our new supporters. That is Casey, Rebecca, Randolph, Hannah, and Mark. Thank you guys so much for pledging support. I really appreciate it from all of you. Our theme music is, as always, the Old Captain by fantastic band. If you like the music, you can go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check
Your state of Alpha. Point I wrote these are
The answers are when you can tell when a person is being drugged.
Yeah.
And I think you can do the same. And again, the ultimate solution combination.
part of my vision.
I think it's not. I think it's not because part is going to for project and partner parties of Sweden, literally for the state effectively gone.
Nice.
So, but you know, that's a very good step. So, collective goal. And
Yeah, they, what I mean, like, drunk driving aside, people large. In fact, how do you get it right? It's tricky. Drinking is one of those things that's fun. Go for heart. I should mention, people should listen to Andrew Hughes talk. Just, he's like a health-related Listen, you listen to Simon, just listen. Human,
Oh my god, 'cause I really, really on a learning rock. I like real deep.
this is great. Uh, really well. So very the protocols. It's really big. Like it's just literally what you should like. And get as soon as possible. There's a lot of on that one. And you feel like this is done. Uh, so, well, so this is a
Believe that a wellness. Imagine if you have a variety of sensors and not just your emotion, action, and drowsiness, action, drowsiness, and intoxication. Um, and it can optimize the. I think start to see more of that.
what like
Hearing podcasts. And
do you see yourself as a role?
essentially.
It's like running single layout. And all of these, understanding who you are, that could be and to recommend better products to improve your experience. So I think the natural evolution of these in you how people name them. They can say, Sam, you want it. No,
doing things to
people have
where
that again like a platform for really your health. A lot of
being
Trust.
Remember, this is your decision. So with these
or you actually
can't find but safety very different. Yeah, you don't ever be I think there's it just the time is short, that kind of stuff. But I in the Guinness uh, this is a trust both culture and confidence, but also that kind of thing.
But I mean, but Alexa, Alexa could be data. Hopefully it's not.
I was thinking for comfort. But yeah,
Yeah. There. But yeah, I agree.
they struggle.
Agree.
Get nervous about uh, uh, just be where culture maybe and the your good common sense idea privacy people.
Right.
That's the
Exacting.
no, I know what to do, but it's designed design automation in the same way neural architecture. So that's the fact. Humanoid form, as we're talking, is as human beings. Anything being anthropomorphic. So the possibility like, to see what Boston dynamics and while it's cheap, more effective, it transforms the world is so modest. Yeah, so that was my application.
Like when I
First, like,
um
definitely think that like that for other right people, I feel like most problem are staying uh, so, so many
I like I think there's a big cost that that is I think how
just the people that what know how what was uh, that therefore to do the few percent so you
right
secondary
right
thing is the cheapest company that you know the classic yeah, over millions of like the road this was and speaking of which how to start
um hardest final product or yes but that's what you yeah
That's a good. What what is it?
Um, only very big on, organizing, right? All the all I think it's really hard to share startup. It was like amazing. Figure of
Hey, read about going to capital camp together. And so what learned that? What have you learned about Jack? Because you've been
when I try to use my when I'm buying companies to invest in. First of all, I think that they're used because of the technology background. Trust that level of understanding because they're an AI company or they're an AI. Like, you know, show me the technology. So, um, with you, am I excited? Company that I just met. I am company. I really, I
well, that means you can explain
exactly.
Okay, summarize it. You know, exactly. So maybe there has to be a well, to explain idea. It's there. So I think it'll be about so
With early companies like pre-seed companies, clear yet about these, which is okay. So we have about $8 So that's the lens.
greasy. What's the most
Pre-seed is usually your family round, money from people you know. Yeah. A lot of uncertainty. Investors really don't like this data. Often the teams aren't even time. So much say around pages. I love always when there's someone stuff and I can empathize, right? You just control your bitch. Fucking control.
first. This is a new, amazing of the year. We're excited about WorldSwimmingLive.com for yourself. Celebrate it. Let's start tonight's episode. It's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, is our two here.
Jesus Christ. You know, it's as good as you think it was.
Oh, this is good. Illegal. It's very special. Every once in a while, I like to things on their toes and, you know, so while we were able to reverse ever for the crew, we would like to present to you your first topic of the night. It's a regular. It's a Hall of Fame. It's a wonderful for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show. Some people call him the Tyrant Temecula, the Vermont vascular favorite, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine. A brand new day from the one and only William Montgomery.
It shows hot to go. Sounds like something Hans Kim would say. The funeral visitation. The guy who's in New York brought today to get some tips on book.